You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions and may be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's May the 26th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing today?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. I started my day with a very good laugh here a few minutes ago.
Yes, you did. And that's what happens when you play with things. So I'm glad that I'm experimenting offline versus doing it live.
Yeah, new tech equipment, and whatever it did made Al's speech speed up. So he would speak, it would record it, and I thought it was great. I had the best time.
It sure sounded like a chipmunk conversation was going on, didn't it?
It was wonderful.
All righty. From the funnies to what's new and exciting.
Yeah. What's new and exciting for me? A really good laugh this morning, and I am preparing for people to come in from away. I've got a mentor coming in to do a retreat with me in the 5-MeO realm, and then the same day he leaves, I get a cannabis activist guest coming in for about a month. So we'll be by to see you on our drive back out west.
Cool. Oh, okay, cool. I look forward to the visit.
Yeah. What about you? What's new with you?
Yeah. Well, let's see. Not a lot. Lots of grass to be cut.
Lots of grass.
Learning some new programs for the computer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, which is what gave us our morning.
And that will show up in the week or two. You'll see. Actually, I didn't show you. I didn't show you before the show. I'll have to show you afterwards.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, other than that, it's time to get going.
Yeah.
First up.
Yes, coming to us from CBC. Should ayahuasca be made legal? A Nova Scotia religious freedom case tests that argument. And Nova Scotia here in my area.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. The first sign that something was off was the sound of truck doors being slammed outside. A puzzling break to the peace inside the yurt located down a long driveway in a wooded rural outreach not far from the quaint town of Annapolis, Royal.
Annapolis, yep.
Annapolis. There you go. Within moments, a ceremony leader named Michael Adchich had been arrested, and police were inside the tent-like structure, leaving gobsmacked 6 women who were in the last hours of a 3-day spiritual retreat.
Wow, I couldn't imagine being in the middle of ceremony and having the police come in. Um,
Yeah.
it
Oh
it
yeah.
felt so violating to our space. This is coming from Jennifer Wilson, who was an attendee in the November 2022 ceremony as a helper. And she told this to a Halifax court this past week. What RCMP officers found at the site, a tar-like substance located inside a freezer, is now at the heart of an unusual case this week in Nova Scotia Supreme Court, pitting what the federal government effectively deems to be an illegal drug against addicts' right to religious freedom.
Ayahuasca, a plant-based tea originating in the Amazon, is a psychedelic substance that some adherents credit with life-altering experiences, often calling it a medicine or a sacrament, or even grandmother that helps with trauma or connecting with the earth.
Mm-hmm.
The religious ceremonies surrounding this substance can run deep in parts of indigenous South America, but in recent decades, interest from outside the region in ayahuasca has risen both as a potential mental health or addiction therapy and a spiritual practice.
Yeah. Westerners have flocked to retreats in places like Peru, giving them the term ayahuasca tourism. Celebrities such as actor Will Smith have spoken of their experiences, and NFL star Aaron Rodgers' ayahuasca ceremony was featured in a Netflix documentary. But a crucial element of ayahuasca, the component of N,N-ditryptamine, which is we commonly refer to as DMT, just straight DMT. Some people say NN-DMT to, show the difference between different ones, because there's 5-MeO and there's a bunch. So DMT remains illegal in many countries, including Canada, which lists it as prohibited in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the legislation that makes hundreds of drugs, including cocaine and heroin, illegal.
Following his arrest on November the 14th, 2022, Adzich, 52, was charged with possession of DMT for the purpose of trafficking, along with importation and production. His lawyer, Azaf Rashid, is arguing his client's right to freedom of religion was infringed upon and wants Justice Josh Arnold, who is hearing the case, to order that ayahuasca be explicitly excluded from the act.
Absolutely. Rashid said in an interview, the heart of the argument is the use of ayahuasca should be considered a part of a protected spiritual practice, not subject to offenses under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. He said multiple studies and surveys have found ayahuasca doesn't cause harm. The case has now fallen under the public radar as addicts has tried to avoid attention, although more than 30 supporters were seated in the public gallery in court on Tuesday, the first day of the hearing.
Yeah, Adzich declined an earlier request for an interview, but is expected to testify in the case, which he has pleaded not guilty. And more public in Canada have been battles over another psychedelic, which is psilocybin, also known as magic mushrooms, including a number of raids in recent years for unauthorized dispensaries.
Mm-hmm. A lawyer, Paul Lewin, who represents one man charged in an Ontario case, launched a charter challenge in 2023. I remember when he did that, arguing that psilocybin is a freedom of thought tool. Alison Mearden is a big part of that, of course, and that freedom of thought is protected under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. He said a judge is due to rule on this case in October. We don't wrap adults in bubble wrap. In Canada, we allow adults to make decisions for themselves, he said. When it comes to ayahuasca, if we're talking about an important spiritual experience, it doesn't have to be perfectly safe for the government to allow it.
And Kirk, right back in the old battle again, eh?
Mm-hmm.
He and others have drawn parallels between psychedelics and the path of cannabis in Canada, with court cases involving medical cannabis that rolled back some restrictions, followed by the federal government's decision in 2018 to legalize its recreational use. But the Adshit's case, for all its fascinating nuances, may rest in part on a more mundane question. Under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, people or groups can seek an exemption that allows them to possess and use a prohibited substance, including or for scientific or religious reasons.
Mhm. Zick did not apply for an exemption, according to court records. His lawyer declined in an interview to say why until more evidence is presented in court. But a defense legal brief said Azric had learned it took one church, the Sud de Montreal, 16 years to finally secure an exemption in 2017, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees along the way. That was not feasible for Azek, whose spiritual calling beckoned to him.
However, a Health Canada official said in a court affidavit filed this spring that the average time to process a request and grant an exemption is now 13 months. The agency said 12 exemptions for ayahuasca have been granted for religious purposes. Now, Reverend Jessica Rochester, the founder of the one in Montreal, said in an email that there were a variety of reasons it took so long for her church to be the first in Canada to receive an ayahuasca exemption.
I think that line says it right there. The first in Canada. The first always takes longer. She disputed the assertion. It took hundreds of thousands of dollars. Said Health Canada's Office of Controlled Substances was respectful and supportive, and added that her church decided to take the educational and diplomatic route, not through the courts. Her group, she said, has shared basic information on the process with those seeking to legally use sacred plants. She questioned why some people would continue to operate unlicensed when any authentic tradition can apply for an exemption at no cost.
Oh. The court challenge, if it succeeds, would make ayahuasca legal in Canada. The prosecution is opposed to Adrit's application. A report by a psychedelic researcher commissioned by the prosecution concluded existing regulatory channels allow for legally sanctioned ayahuasca ceremonies, but suggested underground groups without oversight could be safety risks.
I believe that the legislation is a full answer to anyone that is seeking access legitimately to controlled substances in Canada, prosecutor Glenn Schur said in an interview. A brief filed by the prosecution alleges the case stems from a seizure of black tar-like substance by U.S. Customs in Miami. Homeland Security learned the package was destined for a woman living in New York.
She allegedly told authorities Adrich had asked her to repackage the item and send it to him in Canada. He allegedly told her it was tobacco and flower waters. Put to label it as birthday gifts and coffee. In court records and in witness questions, Schreier has raised questions about the safety of ayahuasca, pointing to concerns about people with heart issues or on antidepressants. There have also been reports of users having accidents or being the victims of crime while under the influence.
Those who drink ayahuasca sometimes vomit. A reaction known as purging. In interviews and testimonies, adherents said ayahuasca ceremonies can be both profound and deeply difficult, especially if someone has intended to dig into past trauma. Alan Finney, the executive director of Ayahuasca Canada, a loosely organized group that provides safety and legal advice, said he first attended a ceremony in Peru when he was 59 years old.
He said he scared the hell out of myself as he was confronted with fearful childhood experiences and vowed never to do ayahuasca again. But a shaman convinced him it was only the beginning, he said, and he attended more. Ayahuasca just turned my life around, he says. There's this idea that ayahuasca is a psychedelic, like it's some kind of recreational substance. I guarantee that if you think ayahuasca was recreational, I'll sit down with you in a ceremony. You take some ayahuasca and then tell me how recreational it is.
Yeah. I understand that some of these medicines can be in both realms, but there's a lot of them that people think that they can't. Ayahuasca, iboga, 5-MeO. These are not things you take for fun. Court records filed by the defense said Azric first took ayahuasca in 2009, later trained with healers from the Amazonian Shipibo tribe, and is qualified as an ayahuasca ceremony facilitator. Witnesses who attended the November 2022 retreat have described filling out an intake form that included questions about any health conditions.
Well, there you go. He's doing some due diligence there.
Yep.
They said the evening ayahuasca ceremonies included drinking the liquid from a cup and afterwards singing traditional songs known as Icaros?
Icaros, yeah.
During the days, there were sharing circles and walks in nature. A sharing circle was about to begin when police descended on the yurt. Officers were respectful, witnesses said, with one asking whether he should remove his shoes.
Oh.
No.
Yeah. Still, it was a wrenching end to a weekend of deep vulnerability,
Yeah.
witnesses said, with one calling the police raid a knife in the heart.
I can just imagine, like you said, they're in the middle of this, and all of a sudden the police walk in the middle of a ceremony.
Pardon me. Yeah, it's I've heard of this gentleman before, actually, and I didn't get the chance to meet him. Ayahuasca has not called me to sit with her yet. Although I feel that this story she's been kind of put in front of me, and maybe I should go seeking her out. But I have heard of this gentleman before, and I've heard wonderful things from people that have gone and sat with him. How gentle and how caring and how kind he is, and the wonderful ceremonies that he offers. So it makes me very, very sad to see that, somebody that is offering to hold space and help people has to go through this.
Yeah. It's never good. The person who does have the exemption, and they have several others, it's a year's wait now versus the long journey that she went through. But
yeah, and it's free. It's no cost.
See what happens. Maybe down the road, after all this. Yeah, that's what she said. So, yeah, exactly. All right, on to the next story.
Yeah, coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Medical cannabis could increase efficacy of chemotherapy to fight cancer while reducing side effects, study suggests.
Studies. Even we know this. Got to put those studies out there. Cannabinoids and medical cannabis can both increase the efficacy of chemotherapy drugs and also minimize the often uncomfortable side effects of conventional cancer treatment, according to a new scientific review of available evidence. The 23-page paper published online this month in the journal Pharmacology and Therapeutics assesses a wide range of clinically and preclinical findings that mainly relate to combination treatments of glioblastoma, hematological malignancies, and breast cancer, but also for other cancer types. The one is a brain cancer.
To summarize, says the report, the data available to date raise the prospect that cannabinoids may increase the efficacy of chemotherapeutic agents while reducing their side effects. In notes that preclinical studies on specific anti-cancer effects on cannabinoids are limited, looking mostly at whether those compounds are toxic to cancer cells. Other research, authors point out, including into the immune system and cannabinoids' effect on angiogenesis, the formation of new blood vessels, invasion, and cancer metastases is still pending.
Overall, while the interactions between cannabinoids and chemotherapeutics constitutes a complex subject with many yet unknown variables, the study says there are two important therapy-relevant aspects of the interaction between cannabinoids and chemotherapeutic agents that could potentially benefit cancer patients. Firstly, the systematic potentiation of chemotherapeutics by cannabinoids, primarily leading to an extension of life by overcoming therapy resistance, and secondly, the reduction of chemotherapy-induced side effects.
Wow.
The new paper was authorized by a pair of researchers at the Institute of Pharmacology and Toxicology at Rostock University Medical Center in Germany.
The first portion of the review, focusing on efficacy of chemotherapeutics in combination with cannabinoids, looks in large part at a 2021 phase 1B clinical study involving a combined THC-CBD oral spray. I remember that, which showed that patients had a longer survival time when the spray was combined with the drug temozolomide.
Sounds
It
good.
also discusses a variety cannabis. It also discusses a variety cannabis of other cancers, including blood and bone marrow cancers, leukemia, breast cancer, skin cancers, bladder, pancreatic, gynecological, colorectal, and numerous others.
The second portion examines cannabinoid therapy as a treatment for chemotherapy side effects, primarily nausea. It says here that in addition to this well-known antiemic effects of cannabinoids, the report adds an increasing number of preclinical studies discussed in this review have shown in recent years that cannabinoids can also have a positive effect on other side effects of chemotherapy, such as chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy, nephrotoxicity, cardiotoxicity, cystitis, and mucositis. Boy, these words.
While the
I don't have a medical degree.
I'm glad you had that paragraph. While the report deals in less depth with other cancer-related symptoms, it notes that cannabinoids are also administered to relieve cancer-related chronic pain. Taken together, the interaction of cannabinoids with currently used chemotherapeutic agents in the context of tumor therapies is of considerable clinical importance, as there are several reasons for the use of cannabinoids in tumor therapies. I find it interesting that for a long time they said, cannabis is bad, got to do the chemotherapy. Yeah. And as we, not doing official studies, but as many people continue to turn towards cannabis to fight and beat their cancers, that now they're saying, oh, well, just take it in conjunction with, I find it interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you to keep reading. I'm gonna go deal with my cat who seems to be breaking in my door.
Okay.
Okay.
One matter that authors said needs further investigation is the potential of negative interactions between cannabinoids and chemotherapy drugs, noting that there are several interactions that are theoretically possible but have not yet been sufficiently investigated, as well as further findings that give rise to speculation about possible interactions between cannabinoids and chemotherapeutic agents. However, they added, it is also possible that cannabinoids trigger yet unknown interactions that benefit the patient. I find this, again, interesting because, as somebody who's been a cannabis enthusiast and activist for years, and I have watched many people use, and I'm talking many people, sadly, use cannabis with their chemotherapy and cannabis instead of their chemotherapy, there hasn't been that negative which is why they're saying it's unknown, would be my guess.
Right.
The negative interaction between cannabis and chemotherapy. I see a lot of people, they don't get sick as bad with when they do decide chemotherapy. And I've seen people fight their cancers without chemo and win by using, the Rick Simpson protocol.
I know on the nausea and the stuff, I use it for nausea when I'm doing all my prep work for my colonoscopies because my Crohn's.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that made a big difference. So.
Yep.
All righty. Questions also remain around the extent to which the route of administration influences the interaction with chemotherapeutic agents, particularly in the case of cannabinoids, where the widespread practice of smoking is a major influencing factor. Overall, well-controlled clinical trials are urgently needed for various types of tumors in order to establish cannabinoids as an additional medication against cancer and existing chemotherapies. Likewise, the extensive preclinical data available on the interaction of cannabinoids and chemotherapeutic agents at the level of tumor cell death should be extended to include studies on the effects of these combinations at levels of tumor progression, such as anogenesis, invasion, and metastasis.
Yeah, the paper closes with a reminder that while humans have used cannabis for millennia, our ability to scientifically study the plant's effects on the body is only decades old. Decades. We're talking decades, 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. That's a lot of studies.
Yeah.
So that word only, I think, really needs to go. Although cannabinoids have been used in various forms for thousands of years, it says it has only been possible to systematically study their pharmacological mechanisms of action since the discovery of the endocannabinoid system in the early 1990s. Accordingly, they may still hold some as yet undiscovered therapeutically relevant elements on tumor development and progression.
Yeah. Now, they say separately, U.S.-based researchers last month published what they described as the largest meta-analysis ever conducted on medical cannabis and its effects on cannabis-related symptoms, finding overwhelming scientific consensus on cannabis's therapeutic effects. The study, published in the journal Frontiers in Oncology, analyzed data from 10,641 peer-reviewed studies. What authors say is more than 10 times the number in the next largest review on the topic. Results indicate a strong and growing consensus within the scientific community regarding the therapeutic benefits of cannabis, it says, particularly in the context of cancer.
Now, this story goes on for quite a while. Did you want to continue on? Because we've covered.
No, we better move on. But I think I completely agree. We cover what the main focus of what that story is, and it's
interesting.
It helps many people. I'll never say it's always a cure for people, because I know people who have had cancer who have had used cannabis and have died. But there are people that's been very successful with, and the ones that didn't. Quality of life is important as well.
Yep.
And
absolutely.
That big time. It can be very beneficial there. So, all righty.
It is. If it's your time, it's your time, and it doesn't matter what the disease is.
Yeah.
Cancer is definitely one of them. But you're right; it can give a quality of life that people don't think that they can have using these natural medicines.
Yeah. Exactly. All righty. Moving on to the next story. It's up.
Yeah, coming to us from MSN. Inhaled DMT produces rapid and lasting antidepressant effects in treatment-resistant depression.
A new study published in the Neuropsychopharmacology has found that inhaled DMT is fast-acting psychedelic compound produced rapid and sustained antidepressant effects in people with treatment-resistant depression. Participants reported major reduction in depression and suicidal thoughts within a day of dosing, with benefits lasting up to 3 months. The therapy was safe, well tolerated, and may offer a more accessible alternative to existing treatments. Now, DMT is a naturally occurring psychedelic compound found in certain plants and also produced in small amounts in the human body. Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
It is best known as the main psychoactive ingredient in the Amazonian brew ayahuasca, but unlike ayahuasca, which requires co-administration of substances that prolong its effects, vaporized DMT acts quickly and clears the system within about 20 minutes. Because of its short duration and inhalation delivery, DMT has attracted interest as a potentially more scalable and less disruptive option for psychedelic therapy. The researchers aim to investigate whether this compound could offer fast, lasting relief for people with depression who have not responded to traditional treatments.
Yeah, and they're talking about NN-DMT here, which is the main ingredient Aya, which is different than the DMT that I work with, which is 5-MeO, which comes from a toad.
Okay.
My team and I have been studying psychedelics, especially ayahuasca and NN-DMT, for almost 20 years, said the author Barrows. Mr. Barrows, we're going to call him, professor of neuroscience at the Brain Institute at Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, and director of the Center for Advanced Medical Psychedelics. What caught our attention with vaporized DMT is how often it offers such a deep and intensive psychedelic experience in a very short window of time. We were curious to see whether such a brief intervention, while supported properly, could still make a meaningful difference for people struggling with modern treatment-resistant depression.
Now, the study focused on individuals with treatment-resistant depression, a severe form of depression that does not improve after trying at least 2 different antidepressant medications. 14 adults were recruited through online ads, clinical referrals, and word of mouth. All met criteria for moderate to severe depression and had failed to respond to multiple prior medications. Participants received 2 doses of inhaled DMT in a controlled hospital setting. A lower dose of 15 milligrams, followed by a higher dose of 60 milligrams about 90 minutes later. Both sessions occurred on the same day and were accompanied by preparation and integration support from trained clinicians. Participants inhaled DMT using a medical grade vaporizer. During the experience, they laid back in a quiet room with dim lighting and calming music while being monitored by a psychiatrist, psychologist, and nurse. The team measured participants' vital signs, mood, and subjective experience before, during, and after the session. Clinical assessments took place immediately after dosing, then at 1 day, 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, and 3 months later.
Wow, a lot of stuff catches my eyes there.
Yeah.
A 60 milligram dose, like that's a big NN-DMT dose.
But that's what I was thinking. The 2 of them combined, back to back like that.
Yeah, when you read 15, I mean, like the back to back didn't like necessarily, but I was, 15 to 30 is what I was expecting to read. 15 to 60.
Yeah.
Wow. And then they have 3 very highly paid medical personnel there: a psychiatrist, a psychologist. So you got 2 people in mental health and a nurse. That's a lot of people for little old NN-DMT. The researchers found that depression symptoms measured by the Montgomery-Åsberg Depression Rating Scale, the MADRS, dropped significantly within 24 hours of treatment. On average, scores fell by 21 points, enough to shift many patients from a range of severe depression to mild or even minimal symptoms. About 79% of participants responded to the treatment by day 1, and 71% achieved full remission. By day 7, the response rate rose to nearly 86%.
Wow.
Yeah, that's incredible. And more than half the participants remained in remission. Even after 3 months, 57% still showed a meaningful response, and 36% remained in remission despite receiving no further DMT. That's like flipping amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. One of the most surprising aspects was just how consistently strong the clinical response was. Even through the NN-DMT experience itself only lasts about 10 to 20 minutes. Many participants not only reported emotional breakthroughs during the session, but also experienced lasting changes in mood and outlook from just a single dose. That's not something we typically see with most psychiatric interventions at all.
Wow. In addition to easing depressive symptoms, inhaled DMT also sharply reduced suicidal thoughts. Nearly 90% of participants had suicidal ideation at the start of the study, with almost half considered to be at severe risk. 1 day after treatment, no participants showed severe suicidal ideation. Improvements in I'll get it out, were maintained in most participants through the 3-month follow-up. Notably, the reduction in suicidal thoughts closely tracked with improvements in mood, suggesting that the anti-suicidal effect was related to the overall antidepressant impact. Subjective reports indicated that the DMT experience was intense but generally positive. Participants described vivid imaginary, altered perception, and insightfulness, with most relating the experience as pleasant. Psychological regimens showed temporary increases in blood pressure and heart rate shortly after dosing, similar to what might occur during moderate exercise, but no serious adverse events were reported. The most common side effects were throat irritation and coughing from inhalation, which resolved quickly. Headaches and mild discomfort were reported by some participants the following day.
Interestingly, the intensity of the psychedelic experience did not predict treatment outcome. While some participants had mystical or highly visual experiences, the researchers found no strong statistical links between specific features of the trip and clinical improvements. This suggests that the therapeutic effects of NN-DMT might not depend on achieving a particular type of altered state. However, one measure, complex visual imagery, did show a trend towards association with better outcomes, echoing past research on psychedelics like ayahuasca and psilocybin. One of the most promising aspects of this treatment is its practicality. Unlike longer acting psychedelics like psilocybin or LSD, which require several hours for each session, vaporized NN-DMT produces its effects in about 20 minutes. The entire protocol, including screening, preparation, dosing, and integration, can be completed in a single day. This has important implications for making psychedelic-assisted therapy more affordable and scalable, especially in public health systems with limited resources.
Now, the main takeaway is that even an ultra-short psychedelic experience, when delivered in a safe and supportive setting, can lead to rapid and sustained improvements in depression. Perhaps most importantly, we saw a significant reduction in suicidal ideation in many participants within 24 hours, and those effects were still present months later. This suggests that DMT-assisted therapy might offer fast-acting relief, which could be especially valuable in urgent clinical situations. And that's according to the doctor. Now, while these reports are encouraging, the study has limitations. It was open labeled, meaning both participants and researchers knew they were receiving DMT, which raises the possibility of placebo effects. The sample size was small, and the findings need to be confirmed in a larger randomized controlled trials. In addition, the researchers did not collect pharmacokinetic data to measure how much DMT was actually absorbed, which limits conclusions about dose-response relationships. Some participants had minor fluctuations in symptoms, and over time, in one experience, a relapse in suicidality, underscoring the need for follow-up care. I see we're only halfway through this story, so
yeah.
But
I think that's
go for break.
Yeah, I think we got.
That's all good. That's all great news. Yeah, that's all great news.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that whatsoever. All right, we'll go for break, and then we'll continue on from there. I don't know if we're gonna get all the stories in or not, but we got some long ones. All right, off we go to break. We'll be right back, and you're watching Psychedelics Campus Education News. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop, Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We got a pile of stories and we got little time. Those first three, boy, they were long. So here we go. We'll get started right away and see what happens. Okay, it is up.
Okie dokie. Coming to us from StratCan. Opportunities abound in Canadian cannabis, but many bud tenders are feeling left behind.
According to a new study from a recruitment agency, bud tenders in Canada want better pay, better hours, and a more straightforward path to advance in the industry. Retail and manufacturing roles in the cannabis industry, such as bud tenders, production technicians, and assistant managers, experienced modest pay increases in 2024, according to a new cannabis salary guide. Despite this, many bud tenders continue to earn below a living wage in parts of the country.
Oh, absolutely. It's retail. Like, I mean, I don't know I know very little retail workers that actually make a living wage. It's sad. At the same time, other positions in the industry command higher compensation and opportunities for career advancement. While the average salary for bud tenders is $17, $20 to $26 an hour, buyers and inventory managers made $55,000 to $80,000 per year, and general managers made from $70,000 to $100,000 a year. On the production side, a cannabis packager might make from about $35,000 to $65,000. A director of extraction might make $80,000 to $130,000, and a VP of manufacturing could make $140,000 to $220,000 a year.
Executive compensation remains stable during this period, with base salaries for C-level roles such as CEOs, CFOs, and COOs ranging from $150,000 to $300,000. Although there's also a growing use of performance-based performances and equity as retention tools. The 2025 Cannabis Salary Guide from Toronto-based recruitment agency White Ash Group, which focuses on Canada's cannabis industry, seeks to empower those working to better understand the workplace landscape.
Hiring successfully in 2025 is all about alignment between compensation, culture, and career path, says White Ash Group co-founder Graydon Welburn. The most successful companies will be the ones that think beyond just filling roles and start building workplaces that people actually want to grow in. We're seeing noticeable salary growth at the VP and director level, especially in operations and sales, which reflects the shift from startup hustle to scale stage strategy. He adds, companies taking things seriously are investing in experienced leadership to stabilize and compete long term.
The guide goes beyond just cannabis production and retail sales, including cannabis industry jobs like marketing, sales, technology, research, finance, human resources, business operations, QA and compliance, and much more. In addition to looking at the Canadian cannabis market, the guide also integrates information from 8 different legal markets, U.S. markets, with over 2,500 verified North American data points from craft and size companies.
The guide also includes insights from the Canadian bud tender community, the High Buds Club, which boasts membership from 20% of retail cannabis employees in Canada. Surveys with High Buds broad membership base show that about half of the bud tenders earn $18 to $20 an hour, and just over half feel their pay is fair compared to other retail. Despite this, more than 3/4 of bud tenders in Ontario earn below the provincial living wage of $21.67 an hour. However, there are opportunities in the space. Over half of surveyed bud tenders received a raise or promotion in the past year, although some employees feel it can be difficult to advance beyond the retail space.
According to High Buds, although many bud tenders feel they are underpaid, members rate their job satisfaction at 7.4 out of 10. Most bud tenders, 62% of them, also say they feel they have influence on most sales in their store, emphasizing their importance in the supply chain from their perspective, despite many struggling to earn a living. We are experts in our field. We must know product knowledge and pride ourselves in knowledge and customer service.
Okay, I really need to break in here. I have literally traveled this country. I mean, you have watched me travel this country. I have gone from Nova Scotia to BC, driven it, flown it, taken a train, and I'll guarantee you something. I have walked into so many stores and I have asked certain questions, and out of all the people I've asked questions in, all the stores I've asked questions in, one has shown me that they know the products in their stores. One. That's it.
Just one, eh?
All the stores I've been in legally, one, and that was out in
I've
BC.
had a mix. I'd say I've had a mix.
The rest of them, I walk in and I'll mention a brand, and they look at me and they go, "What's that? Really? That brand over there?"
I've had some that didn't know what it was and they've looked it up, but yeah. All right.
Sorry, I had to interrupt that because you were
I
expert in our field. Yeah, sorry.
I know. Now that was from an anonymous bud tender who participated in the sale. They say, "I feel like we aren't recognized enough for what we do. We are left scraping for pennies, living paycheck to paycheck, while others in fields less demanding than ours make more of a living. Making minimum wage is insulting, and it's left me second guessing if being a bud tender is something I really want to do. I feel like there's no growth in this industry, and we make companies big dollars while every bud tender I've talked to is struggling."
Yeah, despite these frustrations, many respondents also shared that they were motivated by their love and passion for the plant. I love sharing my passion for cannabis with other like-minded individuals, said another. I am still blown away that it is legalized, and I'm honored to be part of the growing industry.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion continue to also be a focus of the cannabis industry in Canada, even as priorities shift in other parts of the world. Organizations like Seed Initiative, the BC Indigenous Cannabis Business Fund, and the Ontario Cannabis Store all have initiatives seeking to empower a more diverse cannabis industry in Canada. So there you go.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, I've traveled this country, and this was a year and a half ago that I went into legal stores straight across Canada, in Toronto, in Ottawa, in Montreal, Regina, Calgary, and I would go in and I would go in and I'd be looking for a certain product. Do you have ghost drops? The ghost drops, whatever, huh? Do you have the shatterizer pre-rolled joints? And they'll go find me shatter. Oh yeah, well we have all of this shatter here.
Right.
Yeah. So
now, I wonder if some of it, because not all products are available in all provinces. And I can see where some bud tenders wouldn't know of a product because
I was looking for Shatterizer, which is an Ontario product in Ontario.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm an informed customer, and I've been doing this kind of stuff like with you and informing myself and educating myself for quite a while. So it really blew my mind when I went into these legal stores. And for me, with my experience in retail, like when I get hired onto a retail spot, my first couple of days are familiarizing myself with the products.
Yeah, especially the products that are in the store, for sure.
And I didn't find that when I was like I say, a year and a half to 2 years ago. I didn't find that people did that. I walked into a store in BC, and I asked the same question I ask in every province. I want something that's grown in this province that people don't ship out. It's only grown and sold in this province. And so far, I've had one store all across Canada that was so excited to show me. And he knew every product, and his employees knew every product in the store. And to me, that's just, I don't care if I'm buying clothes, if I'm buying cannabis, if I'm buying cars, if I'm buying furniture, a retail person that knows what's in their store. I tell you, I love them.
I know the idea of a couple stores, and I went into one recently and asked them for battery for vape carts, and they brought me out. I bet you everything that, like, there was probably 6 or 7 of them for me to go through and take a look at.
Nice, yeah.
And
I want to visit that store when I come by to visit you, because
we'll do that.
I want to see how the industry is growing. So when I travel across this summer, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go into stores and ask questions, see what happens.
All right, we got to move on. We're running out of time. We got 2 stories here that are back to back that just, the headlines just make me question things. So here we go.
Coming to us from Ganjapreneur, Texas lawmakers pass total ban on THC.
Yep, that's what it says. The Texas House of Representatives on Wednesday passed a Senate bill, a proposal that seeks to ban products containing any type of THC, even when sourced from federal legal industrial hemp crops. CBS News reports the ban does not apply to the state's limited medical cannabis program.
Yeah. The House voted 95 to 44 in favor of SB 3, which was authored by Senator Charles Perry and passed the Senate in March. If signed into law, the bill would prohibit the sale of any products containing Delta 8 or Delta 9 THC or any other cannabinoids except CBD or CBG, effectively shuttering the state's $8 billion retail hemp products industry. We are deeply disappointed by the Texas House's passage of SB 3, a bill that dismantles the legal hemp industry and ignores the voices of small businesses, farmers, veterans, and consumers across the state who rely on hemp-derived products for their livelihoods and well-being.
Yeah. Now, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who announced last year that banning THC outright would be one of his top priorities in 2025, thanked lawmakers for passing the bill. Meanwhile, House lawmakers prefaced the THC crackdown with a vote last week to expand the state's limited medical cannabis program by adding some chronic pain and Crohn's disease to its list of qualifying conditions. Well, thank you for adding the Crohn's disease, but this ban is just completely ridiculous. This past weekend was the first annual hemp stock that was held in Texas, promoting the benefits of cannabis. With
one of the people that I went,
and all types of things going on.
One of the people that I went through my course with down in Mexico was from Texas, and he was telling me that, you know, what Texas was like, and it was reminding me of pre-2018 Canada. You know, and he's got a son that works in the industry, manages a dispensary, and blah blah blah. And you know, Texas was put on my my cannabis tourism list because not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not for cannabis anyway.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, so Texas has banned THC. On to the next story.
Yes, but I might go there for something else. Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, Texas makes its mark on psychedelic sector with a $50 million U.S. Research funding grant for ibogaine.
Okay, so they banned THC, and it's great. Believe me, I believe it's great that they're putting this $50 million into research for ibogaine. But it just, yeah. Texas is making history funding a major ibogaine research initiative with an unprecedented sum as the United States continue to grapple with the increasing rate of mental health conditions, the need for efficacious new treatment modalities is immense. This is particularly true among the American veterans community. Depression, PTSD, and substance use disorders resulting from these injuries are alarming, prevalent, and so is suicide, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. On Thursday, a press release credited to the Texas Ibogaine Initiative revealed that the Lone Star State has approved an American $50 million in public funding for ibogaine medicine development trials. A pair of House and Senate bills that were just passed established this state-sponsored research program. Big win for Texas Ibogaine Initiative, for veterans, and honestly for anyone who's ever battled opiate addiction, PTSD, or traumatic brain injury. This is coming from Justin Jackson, who is a U.S. Marine Corps veteran in South Carolina.
And cannabis has been used for all that stuff as well, and they banned it. The largest comparable public funding initiative for ibogaine research was proposed in Kentucky 2 years ago, but was ultimately unsuccessful. The aim was to spend $42 million on researching the psychedelic to combat the opioid and mental health crisis, but political opposition and safety concerns put a stop to it. Texas has now taken the reins in this regard.
Veterans led this change. Lawmakers listened. Now the rest of the country is paying attention. And this is a comment by Sibin Stephen, who is a psychedelic educator and enthusiast. Ibogaine is a psychoactive alkaloid derived from a Central African shrub, from the root of that shrub, actually. A synthetic version of the natural medicine was also recently synthesized by researchers at UC Davis, which is the ibogaine alkaloid out of that. In addition to mental health and substance use disorders, ibogaine has proved to be a promising treatment for traumatic brain injuries. Moreover, it can potentially help treat Alzheimer's, multiple sclerosis, and Parkinson's.
Nice. There you go. As highlighted in the news release from the Texas Ibogaine Initiative, the psychedelic medicine's federal illegality has forced many veterans, first responders, and other traumatized individuals to travel abroad to obtain access or suffer without. According to Texas Governor Rick Perry, he says, "I've heard the stories, studied the research, and looked these veterans and war fighters in the eyes. Men who came back from a ibogaine treatment in Texas, healed and finally whole."
Oh, I fucking love that. That just gave me chills when you read that. The American politician says the psychedelic gave them peace when nothing else could. Additionally, Perry stated that he would spend the rest of his life making sure the substance receives the attention it is deserving of. Never been more proud to be a Texan, says Chase Rowan, who's an ibogaine advocate and military veteran.
In relation, a groundbreaking study completed by researchers from Stanford University in January found that a group of military servicemen reported an 88% reduction in the PTSD symptoms 1 month post-administration on average. The 30 male Special Operations Forces veterans received the treatment at a Mexican clinic. All of them were suffering from the aftermath of mild traumatic brain injuries. Their mental health issues were significantly linked to the head trauma.
The investigation, published in the prominent journal Nature Medicine, also determined that they experienced an 87% average reduction of depression and 81% alleviation of anxiety within 30 days. Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
There we go. Oh, I see.
Iboga was the first big psychedelic that I jumped into, and I can tell you from experience, it is life-changing.
Yeah, now we got a comment here, a question, and I'm not sure I can't give you the answer here, Michael. But he asked about Algerian Phoenix, Arizona. I don't know what that is.
I've not heard of it.
No, either have I. So if you give us a little more information there, Michael, maybe we can make a comment on that. We got to watch your time here.
Yeah, we'd love to hear it. So
Yeah, exactly. Okay, on to this next story. We had a story that we did just recently of a court case where a fellow had his medical cannabis growing in Canada. There was a fire. They refused to pay him out because of he was growing his cannabis. And it turns out he took him to court and he won that battle. Now, here we go. It's happening
Yes.
again almost. Similar, not quite the same.
Coming to us from IN 420, North Thompson woman refused home insurance over cannabis plants, loses human rights case.
She lost. A North Thompson woman has lost a legal battle against more than a dozen insurance companies after she was refused coverage because she grew medical cannabis on her property. According to May 2nd BC Human Rights Tribunal decision, former Ontario Health nurse Dr. Lorelei Rogers was granted a Health Canada license to grow up to 49 medical cannabis plants in 2018, but she told her insurance company about it, and they canceled her insurance.
The decision said she then approached 14. The decision said then she then approached 14 insurance companies and told them she had been prescribed medical cannabis and was growing the plants, but none would cover her without a steep increase in cost. In 2019, Rogers launched a BC Human Rights Tribunal case against Canadian North Shield, BCAA, Echelon Insurance, Family Insurance Solutions, Mutual, all of the insurance people, and she claimed the companies had discriminated against her based on her disability.
In what the tribunal described as a complex hearing, the company submitted evidence from 23 witnesses and Rogers cross-examined 14 of them. Rogers argued the insurance company shouldn't be allowed to cross-examine her, but the tribunal dismissed her request.
The decision said Rogers worked as a nurse for more than 20 years, but stopped in 2014 due to her health. So she's been a first responder for 20 years helping as a nurse, and that's one of the hardest jobs. She also has another human rights tribunal case moving through the system where she claims her mental health issues were caused by a toxic and unsafe workplace.
Now, in 2016, she was prescribed medical cannabis and got a license from Health Canada to grow up to her 49 plants. It was then that her insurance went from $880 a year to between $6,000 and $8,000 a year.
Friggin' frig. The decision said she was growing the plants in a shed on her rural property.
Wasn't even in her house, for Christ's sakes. It was in a shed.
However, faced with the steep increase in costs, instead of paying the premiums, she got rid of her plants. Yeah, because it's going to cost her less than that to go buy it from Buddy down the street.
The insurance companies argue that she could still grow up to 4 plants for herself without it affecting her insurance. So, therefore, they weren't discriminated against her. However, the Human Rights Tribunal ruled her decision to grow her own medical cannabis was connected to her disabilities.
Her disabilities are therefore a factor in any insurance company's decision to deny coverage because of the amount of cannabis she was growing, the tribunal ruled. The insurance companies argued it would be an undue hardship for them to accommodate her by giving her an insurance policy at a greatly reduced rate. Why? Because she has a few extra plants?
Yeah. To back up their argument, the company presented evidence from a chemical engineer, a former firefighter, a certified fire and explosion investigator, and an instructor who was qualified as an expert in fire hazards and indoor cannabis cultivation. Now, let's just say, I bet you they used a lot of stuff that would be coming from the illicit market, as they did in the cases against patients in the past, which has been shut down, I may add. Now, the main issue was fire, mold, and crime. It's in a shed. It's not even in the house.
These risks increase with the number of plants. No, they don't. The decision read. Above 4 plants, the risk increase as more plants require more energy, more equipment, and products produces more water vapor and heat. Oh my fucking Jesus. Sorry. So LP shouldn't be doing this either. Another expert with a PhD in fungal physiology testified that an average cannabis plant adds more than 7 times the amount of water vapor released by an average house plant. What?
Well, Rogers said she should pay the same insurance as she did previously. The tribunal disagreed. This is incompatible with the nature and purpose of insurance. Human rights laws does not require insurance companies to subsidize their clients by offering insurance at rates that are not consummate with risks. The tribunal ruled. The tribunal ruled that it would be an undue hardship for the insurance companies to give her the lower rate and dismiss her case.
Rogers also argued for damages because of the way she alleged to have been treated by the companies. Dr. Rogers accuses companies of calling her a criminal. Actually, she's a nurse, not a doctor, but and says they criminalized her, put her in jail, defrauded her, and took part in a conspiracy to use arbitrary and discriminatory policies to deny home ownership to the most vulnerable in our society. She characterized their contact as rank indifference that borders on terrorism. She alleges that she was defamed, falsely persecuted, denied a defense or appeal, and imposed a penalty that makes her homeless. She likens insurance policies to vigilantism, the tribunal said.
However, the tribunal ruled her claims were without any foundation and were a serious misrepresentation. The tribunal also pointed out it was her decision to take legal action against the 14 companies.
Wow.
There you go. What can you do, right? Now, if that gives the right for them to go ahead and charge those huge fees, even if the cannabis isn't being grown in the house. And that was like the other fellow. It wasn't even grown in his house either.
It was a prescription.
Yeah.
She had an outbuilding that she was growing it in.
Yeah.
I could understand if they came along and said, like, listen, because more equipment, it could mean a fire. What we want is for you to have a water supply out there, like on the outside, to put it out. I could understand maybe that, but going up $5,000 to $7,000.
Yeah.
Like that's huge. Like
that's huge.
Like, that's doubled would have even shocked me, but like that's a $5,000 to $7,000 increase.
Yeah. And it's in an outbuilding. It's not even
insane.
in the house. No.
And it's a plant.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
And people fill their homes with plants. Like, I mean, my living room is filled with plants.
We've got a bunch of plants growing here too, in our living room. So, we got. We're gonna see we're beyond time. You want to just cover a little bit of this next story?
Sure, I got time.
Okie dokie. Here we go. Last story of the day.
Okie dokie. Coming to us from Sci Post. Psilocybin and escitalopram produce antidepressant effects via distinct brain mechanisms, study suggests.
Yeah, I'm glad you got that word, but I'm sure it's mentioned a few times throughout the story. A new study published in the American Journal of Psychiatry sheds light on how psilocybin and the antidepressant escitalopram, affect brain responses to emotional stimulant in people with major depression disorder. While both treatments lead to improvements in mood, only the escitalopram was linked to a reduction in brain activity in response to emotional phases. Psilocybin, on the other hand, appeared to preserve or slightly enhance emotional responses, especially to neutral expressions. Psilocybin, it comes from magic mushrooms, and in recent years it has attracted growing attention as a potential treatment for depression, particularly for individuals who do not respond to standard antidepressants, unlike traditional medications, which typically take several weeks to show results. Psilocybin often leads to rapid and lasting improvements after just one or two doses or sessions, especially when paired with psychological support.
Yeah, traditional.
Number one.
I call it.
Should make it the number one. Sorry about that. They should make it the number one treatment instead of.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. They call them traditional antidepressants. I call them modern antidepressants. The psilocybin is more traditional, but modern antidepressants like this EPRAM work by increasing levels of serotonin, a brain chemical involved in mood regulation. However, these drugs are often only moderately effective and may come with side effects such as emotional blunting and sexual dysfunction. Emotional blunting refers to a general reduction in emotionality, intensity, or responsiveness, and has been reported by nearly half of patients taking selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs. Basically, they numb you, so you just don't feel. This is part
Yeah.
of a long
Yeah.
program of research at Imperial College
Zombie.
London. What's that? Which I have been very lucky and honored to be part of, which is investigating the effects of psychedelic therapy. The inspiration for this particular study was to compare psychedelic therapy with a standard depression treatment, which is the EPRAM, and investigate the possible mechanisms behind both. And this is explained by study author Matt Wall, who is the director of transitional MRI at Perspective Incorporated and an honorary senior lecturer at Imperial College London.
To investigate this, the researchers conducted a randomized double-blind clinical trial comparing psilocybin-assisted therapy with a standard dose of EPRAM. The study included 46 individuals with moderate to severe depression. 25 participants received 2 high doses of psilocybin sessions spaced 3 weeks apart, along with daily placebo capsules. 21 others received daily EPRAM, beginning with 10 milligrams per day for the first 3 weeks and increasing 20 milligrams for the final 3 weeks, along with 2 placebo psilocybin sessions involving a non-psychoactive 1 milligram dose. All participants received the same psychological support throughout the trial. Before starting treatment, and again 6 weeks later, participants underwent functional MRI scans while viewing emotional facial expressions, fearful, happy, and neutral. This allowed the researchers to observe how the brain's response to emotional information changed over time and differed between the 2 treatment groups.
The results showed clear differences between the groups. In the EPRAM group, brain activity in response to emotional faces decreased across a wide range of cortical regions after treatment. The amygdala, a brain structure involved in processing emotions like fear, also showed reduced responses to fearful faces in this group. These findings are consistent with earlier studies linking SSRIs to dampened emotional responses, which may help patients feel less overwhelmed by negative emotions, but can also blunt positive feelings. In contrast, psilocybin did not lead to the same kind of neural dampening. In fact, responses to emotional faces were mostly unchanged or slightly increased, especially in response to neutral expressions. Activity in the amygdala showed a minimal change following psilocybin treatment. The differences in brain responses between the 2 groups were significant and involved areas linked to attention, emotion, and social understanding.
One possible reason for the absence of strong neural changes in the psilocybin group may be the timing of the post-treatment scans. Wall says that some of our previous work actually showed an increase in emotional brain function after psychedelic therapy, which we didn't see this time. We think this is probably due to the timings of the after-treatment scans in this study, which was quite a long time after psychedelic therapy sessions, which was 3 weeks. And these effects we saw before may have worn off by then. Despite these neural differences, both treatments were effective in reducing depressive symptoms. Participants in the psilocybin group reported larger improvements in well-being, pleasure, and emotional intensity compared to those in the EPRAM group. Notably, those treated with EPRAM showed greater reductions in emotional intensity, consistent with emotional blunting, sexual function scores.
Okay. Additional analysis
I know
explored.
Cindy's there. I can see her.
I'm
I
here.
can't hear her.
Additional analysis. Am I back? I think I'm back.
There you are.
Additional analysis explored how changes in brain activity and emotional function were related
You're
to
back.
clinical. Yeah. In
Hey.
the EPRAM group, reductions in
Okay.
brain
I know
responses
what's
to
going on.
emotional stimuli were associated with improved mood, particularly among participants
ahead.
who also experienced emotional blunting. In contrast, the psilocybin group improvements in depression were more closely tied to increases in emotional intensity rather than changes in brain activation. This suggests that while SSRIs may work by dampening emotional reactivity, psilocybin may help people reconnect with their
all right.
emotions.
All right, I closed that because yeah,
Yeah.
pop-up glores. You're freezing. I was freezing. Yeah, freeze. But
Yeah,
we
I
got
think all-
the information. I think I would say the majority of information out.
Yeah, the pop-ups were happening on both sides, and it was really lagging both of us, I think.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, exactly. Well, we never heard back from Michael, just so you know. And so there you go. It's too bad that had to do that, but it did it, and we're done. Anything else exciting that you want to share?
I don't think so. We've got we're coming up to the end of May, beginning of June, and I'm hoping weather soon starts to reflect that.
So do I. And I can tell today the sun is out, which has been a rarity. So once I get done here, I'm heading outside. All right. Other than that, that's our news report for today. Thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, eddie's.ca, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And in closing, as always, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching, or thanks for listening to our audio podcast. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
All together, we're just
You're watching the 420% found 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, welcome to the
hi,
Hi Guy.
And hi, everybody out there in cyber world.
I'm smoking my first doobie, so I'm tired more than anything.
Oh yeah. Well, I went out for a walk before the broadcast. And
Oh, I was out for a walk
Did you? I went out
down the
soon
end of my
Monday.
driveway and back.
I'm
It's
inside.
garbage day.
I'm inside, so I can't. I'm not smoking inside. So.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll smoke one for you.
All right. Well, I got I
got
got
your
vape, I
stuff.
got vape pens here, but I don't still have any doobies.
You know, are okay? So are you? I think we've had this conversation, but are you choosing other than isolates and distillates? Like, are you getting rosins and stuff like that? Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. I got a live resin right here.
Why cannot? So I got a question for you, Al.
Yeah.
Why aren't you squishing your own rosin?
Why?
Did you break it again?
I don't have any plates to do that.
What happened to the plates?
The plates that we were using at the events were Buddy's and not mine.
He doesn't let you use them, or he's using them?
As far as I know, he's using them, but I've never
this
bothered to ask him.
This is the same guy that we went to visit when I was there, right?
I don't remember you visiting there. I don't remember
Okay,
you
so
visiting
it's another guy. It was in. You took me, and he was in his. He had everything in his garage, and he's a mechanic.
Oh, okay. I think yeah. It'd be him.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It'd be him. Okay. He's not a mechanic, but yeah, you could think that though.
Yeah, I thought he was.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I could see that. I got the sun. Got the sun coming in today.
I have that issue every afternoon. I have to come in here because the sun comes in because I'm facing southwest.
Yeah.
The sun just all afternoon, and it comes down, and I'm like, I can't see. I can't even see the fucking TV, man.
Oh wow, really? Well, I used to get hit here at 10 in the morning, and what I've done is I've taken a birthday card that I got from my friend 420 Deb, and I stuck it in the window over the weekend. Gail was going to throw it out, and I said, no, I could use that. And I stuck it in the window to block the sun from coming in at me.
I put a towel up on the curtain rod.
Oh, I've only
got shears, eh?
Yeah, I've got a TY hoodie hanging over here to block the other window. Yeah, because the sun comes right in, eh? You can see it behind me.
Yep, I get the sun during the day and the moon in the evening. Well, when there's no,
you know what? Believe me, it's nice to see the sun. It will warm up our unit here.
So you got some snow, I hear, finally.
Oh, yeah, I guess if you could call it that. Like I can still see the grass.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gravenhurst and Bracebridge and that got all fucking just crushed.
Oh, Gravenhurst got nailed. 140 centimeters. That was at like 4.5 feet of snow.
We're in for. We've got a weather warning for this afternoon into tomorrow. Snow squall warnings. I mean, it's sunny right now, but snow squall warnings and high winds and drifting, and there will be play tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, Wednesday, that's tomorrow. Yeah, we're supposed to get a pile of snow tomorrow, 10 to 15 centimeters.
We're going to get it after we get it. It's coming from Alberta and then coming down. It's a southern one this time, so you're supposed to get it.
Well, let's just hope that it runs out of snow after before it gets to me.
Sharon already got it. My sister already got it.
Yeah. Well,
but it was gone. It was gone with as soon as the sun comes out, it's gone. Now we've got snow, and it's not leaving because it's -9.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna still have some plus temperatures, but just very low plus temperatures. So let's see for today. Just so everybody knows, we got the 5 high list. We've got some recipes.
It's the high 5 list, not the 5 high list.
Yeah. Okay. We got some sports news. Did you get your news headline figured out?
Oh fuck. No. I didn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know that I know this place where I can find all kinds of cannabis news.
I was going to ask you. We should talk about at some point. Maybe not today, but we've not really talked about what's happened in the U.S. And I'm not talking about Trump or anybody else. I'm talking about what's happened in the individual states as far as cannabis goes, because there's some big news going on down there. Right. And then today, is that the news that I was looking at? The DEA, they are in the process of making some major changes towards cannabis.
Yeah. I've got a story that'll help cover that. So when we get
all right,
down
well
to
then let's leave it at that, and that's our news for the day. Yep.
Correct.
And I've got for later on in the show, I've got a high 7 list, as Al mentioned, and I'm a limited series review that I've watched called The Madness trailer of that.
Madness. Oh, movies.
No, TV show. They don't call them movies on Netflix. They call them limited series.
Oh, okay. I did not know
Come
that.
on, catch up, Al.
I did not know that.
I'm feeling you're making me, because you're sitting so high in your chair, you're making me feel like a little tiny gnome here, Al. Yeah, thank you. There, that's better. And you know what? In our new little, I touched up our little thing there, our intro. I even took the time to make sure our heads and that were at the same size, because the first one I did, your head was fucking huge. Now, I need you, well, I've got you on the air. I'm going to throw a hook at you and make
How's this?
That's better. There you go. That's better. I can't see you, though. You're blending into the background. I need you to do a avatar, please, and thank you.
Yeah, I've never made one.
No, you need to make one, because I don't want to make one, because I'd have to change mine.
Well,
I tried to make the avatar look like you on the 3 High Guys page, because you can add an avatar now.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't give you the option of dressing it and changing it and stuff like that. You get a selection of several different avatars that you can use, and that's what you get.
Right.
So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I've never made one, just never had any use.
But I need one. I need you to make one.
Okay, all right. I'll have to make myself a note. Make an avatar. Because I'll forget.
Well, it's either that or I use one of the cartoon apps.
Well, I didn't you see that? Do you remember? I sent you a picture of one that Gail made me one. And that was for a t-shirt that she got made for us. Do you remember that?
No.
I'll have to, it'd be a while before I found it, I think. But it might be there. I'm gonna take blue, see if it's still there. Because you just never know. It could be. So we've got, shall we take a quick break and bring in your high 5 list?
Sure, and it's just one we're going to look at, and it's points that are pretty on spec with real life, as opposed to fake news.
Mm-hmm.
Fake
okay
news. Oh, I don't have my fake news thing here. Never mind.
Yeah, I thought that picture would have showed up by now, but I'll keep looking. I'll just keep looking.
That's okay. All right. Yep. Let's do the thing.
Let's do the thing. Okay, we'll be back in like 20 seconds. Don't leave. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
It's certainly high on the list.
There you are.
I left.
You left. Where'd you go?
I went to the basement.
Oh.
So today,
Basement. Talking about basement. Okay, go ahead. We'll talk about basement later. So this is.
All right.
Go ahead.
I can't even read it. You're going to have to read it, buddy. My eyes are that bad. Sorry.
Okay. So this is 7 reasons hemp is the most powerful plant in the world.
Which is true. It is also the most diverse plant in the world.
Yes. Yes. So number 1. Well, let's start at the bottom. Number 7.
Give me time to say number 7, would you?
Okay.
Number 7.
Heart surgeon calls CBD oil the most important medicine ever discovered for cancer, diabetes, and heart disease.
Now, I will agree with that, but it's not just CBD. Sorry.
Okay.
Although we're talking about hemp, so in that case, I guess it is.
Correct.
Now,
yeah.
Question before you go on to the next one.
Yeah.
Do hemp plants, hemp strain, which is generally a sativa, correct?
That's the way I know is as well. Yeah.
Does it have any THC in it at all?
Hemp is classified with it has to be like 0.3 or 0.03%.
So most hemp plants
basically no. There's very little. Very little.
Are CBD, high CBD, correct? And other things. Most hemp is high CBD.
It has CBD in it. I don't know what the percentage is, but yeah.
Okay.
It just has very little THC in it.
Number 6.
Hemp seeds are superfood. Yes, I know for myself, I enjoyed hemp seeds for years, and then when I was hospitalized, the surgeon said to me, "Don't eat seeds."
I'm having issues with seeds now.
yeah, I can't eat seeds now.
I've been eating a lot of peanuts lately, and then I started having bad heartburn. But that's not hemp. Hemp is, they're actually, if you like nuts, or like seeds on your bagel, things like that, you'll like hemp seed. It's a different taste, though.
Yeah, it's very
earthy.
Well, it's earthy, but the nutrition of it is yeah. I just got it here. How 30 grams. Okay, 3 tablespoons serving of hemp seeds contains 166 calories, 9.5 grams of protein, 14 grams of fat, 2 grams of carbohydrates, a gram of fiber, 21 milligrams of calcium, 2.4 milligrams of iron. It's got magnesium, phosphorus, potassium, zinc, and whatever folate is.
Wow.
Yeah. There's lots of good stuff in it, man.
Well, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's why I ate it.
Yeah.
It was a protein boost for me as well, because of the fact that the foods I was eating, I had to cut way back on my diet, So,
but you could grind it up and use it as a flour.
Yeah, I could have the hemp flour, sure. Yeah.
The first time that I baked a cake was with leaf. We ground it up into a flour and didn't use any flour. We just used that. I think everybody's probably done that at some point in their life.
Yeah. I used to drink hemp milk as well.
No.
It just becomes a little bit harder to find.
I don't think I'd enjoy the microgreens either, because I mean those drinks are just wow.
I don't like kale, but I still have green smoothies. I don't do them with kale in them. So
no.
All right. So what's next?
Next number 5. Yeah.
Okay. Hemp batteries last 8 times longer than lithium.
And this is a new one too, and they're really, 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 really working on this one now. So this is.
Could they end up in cars? What do you think?
They're going to change specifically the hemp batteries. and the concrete is going to change the world.
The hemp batteries. Yeah, let me look that up. See what it says.
There's been a lot of articles lately, a lot of videos and things like that. It's more sustainable. It lasts longer. It's obviously easier to.
They say that hemp batteries perform better than lithium ion as their gravimetric energy density is superior, meaning there is more available energy per unit mass in the hemp batteries than lithium.
And they also last longer in the cold as opposed to regular batteries. Like I'll give you an instant. I'd say halfway through the summer, I put fresh batteries in all my cameras outside.
Mm-hmm.
And it's now December, and I have to replace them already because the minute it started getting cold, it just steals that energy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm interested in watching what's going to happen with batteries, because this one could be a big one. This could be free energy.
Well, they're also talking about, I'm just looking out here to the side about how much safer they are.
Lithium's very, very volatile. If you get a slice in a lithium battery and it goes into contact with water, it could effectively blow your arm off.
Well, that's not good.
Well, yeah,
that's why they're having problems. Yeah, with the firemen and worried about the fires on the electric cars. That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you take a cell phone battery and puncture it, chances are it's going to spark and spew sparks everywhere and possibly even blow up because the minute it contacts air, right?
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
All right. Next number
4.
Hemp ethanol could replace gas and cost 4 times less.
Not could, will.
Yeah, it's
because they're heading towards a non, was it biocarbon? No, I guess a non-carbon index.
Correct.
As far as even though coal is the most mined product on the planet, they're trying to stop that, right? And they're trying to stop
that and reduce
emissions.
Yeah, reliability on oil.
Yeah.
Having to rely on oil all the time as well.
And now Canada's threatening to start keeping their oil and producing it ourselves, which is,
Well, we only have like 1 or 2 refineries in the whole country.
Yeah, but as far as
I only know of the one, and I'm just throwing the other one in there just in case. And so we got to ship all our oil all the way to the East Coast.
Yeah, we have to ship it down south, but
that too.
We're the ones that have it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we used to have a lot of.
Well, I think Canada has more natural gas than anything, but Texas is a good producer, obviously.
Well, we can produce lots of hemp. We got some farm fields we can do that with. So
I'm having a hard time producing cannabis, but I had no hard time this summer producing some hemp. So,
all righty, move on.
Number 3.
Hempcrete is lighter, stronger than concrete. Yep.
Now, I saw a comment in the original post of this that said that that's not true, that hempcrete is not stronger than concrete. But I've watched a few documentary things on it, and when you mix the hempcrete with the concrete, then yes, you get a product that's as strong, if not stronger, and lighter, considerably lighter. They're building, what they're doing now is they're building a Lego-like block.
Yeah.
That then they ship all the blocks to you. You take them and you put your house up like a Lego.
You just build it.
Yep. And they've also got 3D printed houses now too that are using the hempcrete product.
Yeah. Okay, is hempcrete stronger than concrete? That's a Google question, and it says.
There we go. I should hook up Alexa for stuff like that. Shut up, Alexa.
It says here this amounts to roughly 17% of the strength of regular concrete. Despite this, hempcrete can offer other respectable tensile strength. So concrete is strong, correct?
Okay, but I know that they are playing around with mixing concrete
Now,
with hemp and creating a whole new product. But they're also putting the what do you call it, the fiber.
stock.
No. They're
Yeah,
mixing
fibers.
plastics and recycled plastics and concrete and hemp together, and they create it.
Oh,
Yeah. So
oh.
I'll find a video for
All right. Okay, let's move on.
a number. I think we're at 3. I don't know. I can't see
No,
that.
2. Go ahead,
Number
say 2.
Oh, okay. No, number 2.
Yields 4 times as much paper pulp as trees per acre.
Well, this is a true fact. Yes.
Yeah. We could be growing hemp instead of cutting down trees for paper. And I believe the U.S. Declaration is done on hemp paper.
The U.S. Declaration is signed by George Washington on hemp paper. Wow, his family was one of the largest producers of hemp in the world at one time.
Yeah.
And the U.S. Pentagon, I believe it is, sits on what used to be a hemp plantation.
Oh,
Or, one of the big buildings of the U.S. government. Anyways, I think it's the Pentagon, though.
I know that I have hemp T-shirts and hoodies.
The only reason I know these things is because the first project that I had to do in high school, well, I think it was public school actually, was about hemp. It was about cannabis or marijuana, as we called it. I didn't know what to do. My dad helped me put a project together. It had pictures and graphs and all that stuff. I wish I still had it. My dad might have pictures of it actually somewhere hiding in his house. Yeah.
And
number 1
yields twice as much fiber as cotton.
I thought we were done.
No. Yeah, so there you go. Twice as much fiber as cotton. So for clothing,
yeah, like I said at the beginning of this, cannabis sativa, as it's called, or hemp, is the most diverse plant on the planet, as far as I am concerned. You can eat it, you can wear it, you can build with it, you can. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. You can fuel your car with it. You can build your house. You can kill insects with it.
And why aren't we?
Oh, because
oil.
Because it's nasty. It's
oil.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know.
Oil. That's why.
Yeah.
The oil producers will not allow hemp to become the dominant product in the world.
That it could have been and should have been.
It will be, but not before the oil industry collapses.
Yeah,
they will not let it happen. The automotive industry won't let it happen, even though they're including things like hemp runners on
interiors.
Trucks.
Interiors and panels and things like that.
There's a plastic hemp composite that they use in the automotive industry, and they have been for many years. I believe one of the first Ford vehicles was made out of hemp.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the Model T there, he had Henry had it hemp, and people were been able to drive across the whole continental USA using hemp oil.
Yeah.
Right? So,
hemp will rule the world
someday. That's right. That's right. It'll get back to where it should be.
And let's just not forget about that burning plant, eh? Just saying.
Yeah. All righty. Shall we take that down and move on?
Okie dokie, Smokey.
She's done. She's gone. So hemp,
Ouch.
get that stuff into you. She's good for you, nutrient wise, and she's
Right.
good for
Don't push me. I'm working as far as I can here. I gotta roll some.
Okay. How about if I give you 7 seconds then?
I might be able to do it.
Because I got to. I've got to.
You ever time yourself?
To roll a joint?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say per joint, but I have timed myself to see how long it takes me to fill my doob tube, and that gives me an idea how much time I'm going to need to roll my joints in the morning if I was going to go someplace for, you know.
You lay in bed in the morning counting your times that it's going to take you to roll your doobies?
No.
I think
Good
Gail
morning,
would have a
Daryl.
hard
We
time with
got
that.
a message. We got a message from Daryl. Good morning, Daryl.
Hello,
How you
Daryl.
doing?
I think Gail would have a problem with that. Honey, what are you doing? Well, I'm trying to figure out how, if I roll 12 doobies for the day, how long is it going to take me?
Yeah, well, you know, like when you have to get up early in the morning and go someplace, you don't want to get up extra early. You know what I mean?
I bring some with me and roll it there.
Oh, no.
Because if I only bring 5 or 6 doobies, although every time I go out and I do that and I take some doobies with me, like I'll take 4 or 5 doobies with me up to Thunder Bay if we go up to Thunder Bay, but I rarely come back with more than 2 gone. You know.
Yeah. Daryl's part of the. I believe Daryl is part of the CBK substitution program.
The CBK.
Cambrook Cannabis Substitution Program.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's something that Tamara is running.
Oh, I didn't realize Tamara would jump into that.
Yeah. She has now for a few months now. So.
I miss doing Hope in Hamilton. We used to have 200, 300 people come every Tuesday. Yeah. And that was amazing how quick that happened, Al. I mean, but then, you know, we ran out of people who were donating product to us. Yeah. And we literally had to one day just say we can't do it, and we just went out and told everybody we were done, and that was it.
Yeah, and that's what happens. You know.
Well, no, this happened after the business association started.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
Well, we were using their little kiosk thingies, so
right.
But yeah, I'm glad that what Neil built is still going. Yeah. And I'm a big supporter of what Chris Backer is doing out east, because
I've been helping out with the substitution programs here and there through it.
Have you? That's good for
a bit. Yeah. So
I wish I had enough to do
patients
that.
Helping patients.
Yeah, I wish I had enough to do that, but I don't even have enough for myself.
Yeah, I know. In my review we're going to do here later on, I'm going to review some of mine. All righty. What do you say? We move on to the next segment. You done your list? Anything else on hemp?
I don't think so. I don't think
okay.
More to mention about that.
Okay. All right. So today,
I don't have any munchies, Al. I don't want to do this segment.
11 easy cannabis recipes to try at home. Easy recipes. So here we go.
French toast.
11 easy recipes. Cannabis herbal tea. And no, I'm not going to go through each of the.
That's easy to prepare something like that in a Keurig or something like that. You can take yourself a nug and stick it in one of the reusable pods, put a tea bag in there, throw some mushrooms, and voila.
Okay, number 2.
Have a nice day.
They got a quarter cup of Everclear going on in there.
How much?
Quarter cup.
Dude, I can't even see that.
Yeah.
Like
Quarter
it's just
cup.
a blur.
Oh yeah, still having eyesight problems, obviously. Number 2, cinnamon and cannabis French toast.
Yeah. Right now,
They say,
please.
they say to use 1.5-inch thick bread.
The Texas toast, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Can of
enjoy
butter.
French toast, yeah.
Number 3 is can of butter popcorn.
Okay, so here's a good. This is yes. Okay, now, but here's a little tip. What
Yeah.
I do, I have an air popper,
Yeah.
and it's got a little thingy on the top
Okay.
where you put your butter. So slap some of that can of butter in there instead of regular butter. Add a little bit of salt. Oh
Yeah.
my God! Or I can now you're making me drool.
Yeah. I see Daryl's left a message. I didn't get to
I just-
Daryl's message when we're done this recipe.
I got
thing.
it.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. There we go.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Popcorn. Okay. Yeah, they say to use microwave popcorn.
Yeah. Although I like the idea of it dripping down onto it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Watching
watching butter drip down onto your popcorn is very sexual to me.
Is it? Okay. Canana bread.
Canana.
Yeah, they say to smash 3 pumpkins or 3 bananas. Sorry.
No, thank you. I'm not into banana's not a flavor that I like in any way. It's up there with peanut butter.
Here's one. Grandma's Cannabis Christmas Fudge. Don't you
Now
remember that?
I looked at a box of fudge at the store yesterday. Now I might have to go get some.
Oh, yes. 8 tablespoons of can of butter.
That's a lot.
I think that works out. Yeah, it's about 24 grams. I think it's like 3 grams per tablespoon or something. Grasshopper ice cream. What do you think? Do you think maybe it turns out green?
I would think so. I make
Yeah.
ice cream. I have an ice cream maker. It's very easy to.
There you go. Because they say to use 2 to 5 grams of decarb cannabis.
Ooh.
Yeah. It looks like I've made ice cream this way with condensed milk and whipping cream, and that's what they're using here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, green food coloring is optional. I think that might just come naturally. What do you think, Al?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. Now, number 7 is European style cannabis infused hot cocoa.
Ooh, I like. Yeah, you have to infuse the chocolate, I would think, because the minute that you put drops into the drink, when it cools, it separates, right?
Yeah. So they're using can of butter in this.
So it'll separate when it starts cooling. So you got to drink it quick.
Yeah. Okay. Cannabis coffee creamer.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I don't drink
Next.
coffee, but you could use it in your tea.
I don't. Yeah.
Here's number 9, steak with can of butter.
Been there, done that. I've made craft dinner with can of butter.
There you go. Mary Jane's mug cakes.
Huh.
And then the last recipe is crispy cannabis treats.
Ooh.
Probably
like brittle, is it?
What's that?
Is it like a brittle?
No, I'd say it's more like Rice Krispie squares.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because it says 8.5 cups of Rice Krispie squares or crispy rice cereal. What I would suggest is like use any type of cereal. If you say you got Fruit Loops, make it with Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loops is my go-to snack food.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm not allowed though.
No,
No, God, that's just pure sugar.
Yeah. No. So yeah, there you go. Some recipes. I will put the recipes in our chat,
and we will see what Daryl has to say here.
Correct.
Okay, Daryl says we have a lady who was using 20 units of fentanyl per day. It took 2 weeks to get her down to 1 per day. Now has been clean for over 2 weeks. Way to go, guys! Way to go!
We used to have
great news, Daryl.
In Hamilton. There are several encampments down in the woods in Hamilton, and out by the yards and that, and a lot of military guys have set up camp down there, and they won't walk in to the city to come to a Hope or a cannabis substitution project or anything like that. They actually have runners who will run into the city for them just to get a doobie for them, because it helps them with whatever ails them. If you don't have cannabis and you're going through a thing, just one joint a week even is 1 day less of a struggle, because of that one joint. My buddy, when I lived in housing, I didn't have access to a lot of cannabis other than from a buddy of mine who was growing, and he would come over every few days. But those days that you don't have, when you do have, you can literally feel it working as you take that first haul. Okay. I don't relish not having. So I can only imagine how somebody who can't have any or doesn't have access to any feels.
Yes. Yeah. Not good. So, all righty. Shall we move on? Going for recipes?
Waiting.
Let's run this little promo, and we'll come back with some reviews.
Another promo. There's an awful lot of promos on this.
We've only ran one.
I know.
All right. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the hackers. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to go over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love style. Acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
Each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
I got a question for you before you do your thing.
Sure.
You have both a Happle and a Dewdrop. Which do you prefer?
Oh, I enjoy them both.
I've discovered that I don't have to put water in my Dewdrop.
Correct. You don't have to.
So I can do the same thing. Now, if you look at the two side by side, I can't do that. I only have one. But you'll notice that the Happle is a bigger space.
Yes.
And so probably double, I would think. So you're getting more smoke in a Happle, but you've got the luxury of water in the Dewdrop, which I do prefer. Really, really cold water makes it very easy for your lungs.
You can see inside there for anybody who's watching. You can see inside there. There's
a chamber.
For the hash. You can see I got some hash on the end there. Still even got the ash on it. And then with the Happle,
there's no inner. It's just
no inner. Correct. It's this whole.
I'd say that's probably double the size.
You can see what happens when your hash falls off.
Yes, I've had a few fall off. Yes, I have. They get slimy as soon as they hit the water.
And then you can just pull it out and stick it back on.
Yep.
Next time or whatever.
Yep.
But we'll talk more about the Happle when we get down to our events and entertainment, because we've got a little bit of stuff going on there. Alrighty. Reviews. I got two. Last week I talked about the Vortex pen, I believe. And
wait. I didn't realize the pen was from Vortex as well.
Yeah, this pen, disposable, a vape pen, is from Vortex.
And it's got it's
live resin.
Oh.
It is vanilla boba pure live resin. I can tell you it tastes vanilla.
Got a nice taste.
And the ingredients on the back are cannabis extract and natural flavors.
Nice. So they've added flavor.
It doesn't use the words flavor agents.
Yes.
So I don't know what natural flavors are though.
It's proper wording.
Yeah. But yeah, it's rechargeable. It's got a little port on the bottom.
But not reloadable.
No, correct. It's a 1 gram. Got the little window on the side. So
how long does it last you?
I don't know. I've had it for a little while.
This is only the first one you've had.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then I got some of their hash,
which I enjoy. They are the first ones that I found in the city when they. It took a little while for the concentrates to come out.
Right. Yeah.
So
I bought some down at Legacy. Then I ran out, and I thought, well, okay, I just ran to the local store, and that's what they had.
I like the Vortex because, like the Nugs, it's very soft, and
it is soft. It is, and it burns really well.
I make snakes, and I roll them in doobies, or I put them in my Dewdrop, and it's how I like it. I don't own a T-shirt that doesn't have a hole in it from hash. So I like doing the snakes because usually you can get away without burning your shirt.
Yeah. Well, hey, the Dewdrop and the Apple will save that T-shirt now.
Yeah.
Okay. Now as far as terpenes, the dominant ones are myrcene, linalool, linalool, sure.
And I just while you mentioned linalool is the one that they're talking about now that helps with epilepsy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's cool that they put it on, that they put these on here, so people can look them up and see what the.
Yeah, and this is new within the last several months that they've more and more producers that are selling in the legal market are putting terpenes and other information on their labels now, and so I believe the indigenous industry is doing it as well.
It says here that it targets the nervous system, offering relief from pain and tension.
Linalool?
Linalool, yeah. It's also got carfilene. Okay, pinene, and hashishine.
Hashishine.
Yeah. You can see right there.
I know a Maxine.
Oh yeah, you can't see that. That's right.
Yeah,
I thought hashish is. I've never heard of that as a. You don't see it listed on anything else as far as terpenes.
It's a new one.
Yeah, it was.
Prove them wrong. Prove them wrong.
It's Let's see if I can find it.
It changed my mind.
Changed my mind. Yeah. Yeah.
You shush. Don't tell me to shush.
Hashishine. There we go.
Jesus.
It's a true terpene. Oh.
I never heard of it.
No, that was a website. There. It is the result. Okay. Yeah, we know about the taste. Yeah, we know about all that stuff.
Well, hash does, hash does have a specific taste to it. That's
it does. It's got that hash taste to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I see we got another message from Daryl.
Yep.
Daryl says that he deals with epilepsy. He says he uses CBC and CBD, 90 milligrams of each per day. It has his episodes between 3 to 6 months apart. He used to have grand mal seizures 2 to 3 times a month using big pharma.
My niece is in the process of being tested for epilepsy. She's been having seizures, grand mal seizures, and that are putting Emily. She's been put in and out of the hospital for the last year with them now, and they're getting progressively worse. So they're now entering into the Y.
Yeah. All right, now the last review thing I've got here. I've got it pulled up here.
You're not allowed to have more than one, Al.
Oh, I could always save it for next week. Okay. Well, I wasn't even going to do 1 or 2 of those, but it just worked out that way. This is really what I had planned on doing. And so this is a strain of cannabis that I've got here that I grew this year.
Oh, okay. This is yours.
Okay, so you can see it there on the screen. It's Trophy Wife BX2. It's from 7 East Genetics. It's a cross of Mach 1 Caps Cut and Blueberry Dragonfire, crossed by Dream Coat from Coalition Seed Company.
I like Mach 1.
The hybrid. Says it had some strange leaf variations, and it did. It did have some strange. It did look strange while it was growing.
Oh shit!
What?
I almost closed everything.
Oh, okay. It says it boasts a diverse terpene profile that was very sweet and melon-like, with skunky floral and fuel undertones.
So is that the case? Is that what you're finding? Or you haven't tried it yet?
Well, I smoked a couple joints this morning. before the show, but I don't remember. So it worked. This is very dense buds. Some were, some weren't. Easy to grow, yeah. They say 27.
It's got a high
28.
yield.
Yes. Yes, it was. Actually, it was the highest yield plant that I've ever grown.
What kind of price are you talking about for the seeds?
$6.50. And you know what?
Send me that link, please.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll just put it in the chat. There. It's in our chat, and I'll put it in the group chat.
Okay.
All right. This is the strain right here that I grew. Yeah, it's
I'll look at it after.
27 to 28% THC, 1% CBD. Middle of October, that's when I pulled it down. Terpene profiles say melons, candy, floral, skunky, and regular or fuel undertones. Yeah, $6.50 a seed is what they charge, but I can tell you that they also, if you order a set of seeds, you get a pack of free seeds. And those trophy wife seeds that I said that was the biggest yielding plant that I've ever grown were free. Free seeds. Didn't cost me a cent other than my original order.
And they're regular.
Regular seeds, yeah, no feminized. Yeah,
so
just all regular seeds.
did you? How many did you pop?
I only grew one, but I popped 4 seeds, and
So
I got.
You only got one female.
No, I'm trying to think whether I even got one male. I might have got one male.
Why did you only use one seed though?
Oh, why? Oh, because I didn't want to grow 3 of them. If I was growing other strains as well.
So you took
it's a plant that I didn't know.
You took the healthiest one of the bunch,
Correct.
I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. That's what I do. I pick one that is healthy, looks the healthiest, to grow on those vigor or whatever. When it comes time to, reduce the numbers, that's the one that goes ahead. So I was glad that it did so well. So
my new doctor is willing to sign everything for me, so I'll be able to have a nice big thick room.
Good. I used to say hi, Scott. He didn't leave a message, but I see he gave us a thumbs up.
Awesome.
All righty. Let's see. Anything else on the reviews? I think we reviewed enough things.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it. All right. We're gonna move on. It's that time. It's headline time. All right. What do we got for headlines? I see we got something loading up there, Al. What's that?
That's yeah, it's just waiting for us to do the movie thing.
Okay. All right. Okay, I got a headline for us here. I believe this is the one that you were looking for earlier on today. And this has to do, there's been several headlines actually over the rescheduling of cannabis. And the DEA judge here says that rescheduling isn't about whether cannabis is good or bad at the first hearing, which was laying out the next step. So they met yesterday, was the first hearing. And from there, they probably won't be meeting until the end of January at some point now, because of the new administration coming in.
There is.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Now there was also a report on that Somebody sued to try to get the DEA removed from the scheduling as well. Because they were talking to SMART, which is the Stabit, which is something to do with, what is it, smart approaches towards marijuana or something like that. And they were talking to each other behind the scenes, going over things. So, so this
it's always
scheduling
behind the scenes. It's never
that's right.
actual conversations. So
Yeah, and the judge ruled he couldn't remove the DEA. So like they should have removed SMART as far as I was concerned. Now this is about rescheduling cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. And what's the judge say here? Remember, everybody, this is not a trial about whether cannabis is good or bad, because I don't know whether it's good or bad. My issues are much more narrow than that. It has to do with the addiction potential and several other little pigeonholes. That's the judge.
Anything is addicting. It's not the
Yeah.
product or it. You can be addicted to fucking gaming, for God's sakes. You know,
Oh yeah,
so.
yeah. See what it says here. The DEA says that if cannabis is transferred to Schedule 3, the manufacture, distribution, dispensing, and possession of cannabis will remain subject to the applicable criminal prohibitions of the CSA. Any drugs containing a substance within the CSA's definition of cannabis would also remain subject to the applicable prohibitions in the Federal Drug Cosmetics Act. Yeah, because it doesn't make it legal. Rescheduling this to Schedule 3 does not make it legal in any way. It helps with the tax, the 280E tax form.
Yeah,
it helps with research, but it doesn't make it legal.
Yeah.
So, now, yeah, I see here. Judge responding. Okay, hang on. What's this here? It says here the government is apparently still compiling the exhibits. They have more attorneys here. Yeah, they had. Yeah, they
don't have enough.
They came out with a list of people who were going to come and speak, but most of the people were anti. There was only like one pro cannabis group. The numbers were way thrown off sideways. The judge even went at that. There's the Veteran Action Council. There's a report this week that we did in the news. The Veteran Action Council that we're running here on the Pace Network. That once we get some more videos, but back to more videos, we'll be running them again. They have applied to try to get to speak, and they were denied the right to speak as pro cannabis to the judge, and they feel it's because they that were there offering an alternative to 1 and 3. They're suggesting they go right to Schedule 5, and they're also the fact that they were also not being able to speak, and they were a veterans group, and they felt that they should be able to speak, and they speak all the time to cannabis events.
Yep.
Or like the UN, and they're always before government speaking. They're doing great advocacy, right? So, but yeah.
Some people are so close-minded at the top of the hill there that they won't even budge. I mean, they do the same thing goes on here in Canada as well as it's a hot subject. Everybody's scared of it. And like the oil industry, the tobacco industry doesn't want it.
Yeah. They say here that there's more paperwork to be filed. They say participants have until like January 5th to this evidence in front of them. And they say here that Mulroney also addressed motions seeking to remove the DEA from the proceedings altogether, in part due to the alleged unlawful communication with the president of one designated participant, the prohibitionist group Smart Approaches to Marijuana, signaling that he considered it statutorily complex and potentially impractical to force the agency to turn over its records on the reported ex parte communications.
Ooh, big words.
Yeah. So yeah, they were in behind the scenes while this was going on. That's not right.
Nope.
So,
Nope.
no.
It's not right, and it's quite sickening actually. When
Yeah, it is exactly. But I'm hoping my friends at PAC get to speak. They're very knowledgeable on what they're doing. So, alrighty. From headlines, you got any more headline news you want to discuss?
Nope.
All right, then that means from news, it is time for right sports. I've got they're not cannabis related sports, but they are sports, and being that hockey is on the go, I've got three little things that I'm going to discuss.
Well,
Last night,
funny thing, we're in Canada, huh?
Yeah. Last night, I'm a former hockey coach. I coached hockey for years. I was vice president of minor hockey in my town. Won all Ontario championship. But I haven't watched hockey in a long time, years. And I really noticed it last night watching the Toronto Maple Leafs team, the game. And of course, I got to the game just like 1 minute before the intermission, so I had to wait 15 minutes before I could see any of the real game, which the Leafs won, by the way. But they're no longer the team of the blue and white. I've always known them as the blue and white. They're home jerseys. They have black in them now. They're black. I go on like, what? That does it threw me off trying to watch the game because
You're
years ago when
expecting something else.
Yeah, years ago when I watched the games, their home jerseys were white. All home jerseys were white. And I know that they changed them over to the dark sweaters for the whole league. But I didn't realize that the Leafs had changed their blue and whites to putting some black in there. So I was a bit surprised.
Oh, the Leafs have. Well, that just doesn't no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I know.
No.
It just
I know blue and white. That's all I know.
That's all I knew too.
Blue and white with the occasional red smear.
Well, yeah, and then they had the jerseys that were the old jerseys that they brought back.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. They brought back those. I'm just seeing if I can find a jersey. Let me see. I got images. Yeah, here we go. I got a picture right here. Like I was surprised. Yeah, okay, accept. Yeah. Look. Here you go, Al.
Yo.
There you go.
Oh, cool.
Black and blue, man. Black and blue.
Well, so it's usually, if I remember correctly, growing up, it was white was away, blue was in home, right?
No, it was the opposite way when we were
The other
kids.
way.
They did change that a few years ago. Yeah. It was originally white at home, blue away.
Okay.
And now all the teams switched to darks at home and lights on the way, or while they're away. But I didn't know the Leafs had changed over to a black jersey. I was surprised by that. So instead of it being blue, because they had a blue with the white logo.
Is there a reason for that?
In the old ones? I don't know. I didn't look that.
You don't know.
Sell more jerseys. Everybody's got to buy a new one. Marketing.
Marketing.
So, So yeah, there you go. The Leafs got different jerseys. I didn't know. I don't know how long they could have changed it 3 years ago. I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't know. It's been a while since I watched the game. So, but yeah. As far as other hockey related things, the PWHL has started their second season, and that's the Professional Women's Hockey League. This year, unlike last year, the jerseys had the team's city on them. It said Toronto, Montreal, New York. This year, they've actually got their logos on them and the team's names on them as well. So that's some changes. They call it the fresh look.
Ooh.
They're in bigger venues this year. They have more games this year. They're adding 6 more games. Toronto's name, which is the Septors, will play at the Coca-Cola Coliseum that holds 8,000 people.
Ooh, that sounds like a yummy place to go for a beverage.
Mm.
I'm a Coke drinker, not a Pepsi drinker.
Right. So yeah. Let's see what else. I think Toronto has a strong pick coming up. They're talking about expansion plans. They're looking at expanding 2 teams as soon as next year. They have, and it says it has more than 25 proposals for teams to come into this league.
Not surprising. Women's sports is getting really big, you know. Look, you know, one of the things that I did enjoy about the fight that happened a couple of weeks ago, the Tyson fight, the women's fight was a ranked fight, and it was the most interesting thing that happened all evening. And it just
not the butt shot.
No. No.
Okay, now so the women's league, it's back up and running, which is good.
Good.
And another thing, this is a thing that I used to follow all the time for years, and that was the juniors. And this year, the juniors started up as normal. They got 7 players coming back from last year. They lost in the quarterfinals last year, so hopefully they do better. They got 32 players. They're in Ottawa, I believe, is where they are at. Yeah, they're in Ottawa. 7 back from last year. That includes the goaltender, as well as some forwards. They lost to the Czechoslovakia last year. This was played in Sweden. When they play here in Canada, they sell out.
Do they?
Yeah. Quite often. It's not very often that they don't make it into a championship round. Canada's had, I know, one time they had a 7-year stretch of winning the championship. So they've done well over time. There's no doubt about that. So they're up and started. They'll be going to practices, and those games usually start right after Christmas. Usually they'll have warm-ups going into Christmas, and then after usually on Boxing Day, I think is about the first day of the tournament. That's what's in the past. I'm not sure what it'll be this year. So yeah.
Sports. So when this is leading up to the Worlds, or the Worlds has already happened?
Juniors. This is the juniors, and the juniors are like the 16 to 20 years of age, 21 years of age in that area. I think it's 20. Yeah.
But they do have the World 20. Juniors, right? Or the Junior Worlds.
That's what they're doing. Yeah, they're getting ready.
So they're leading up to the big match
Correct. You
One of the
32
things,
players and cut 12 of them by the looks of it.
one of the things that I always found interesting about world hockey and Olympic hockey and
Mhm.
NHL hockey, the ice is all different. The size of the ice is different. It's
Yeah.
bigger. World hockey is bigger than NHL hockey.
International ice surfaces. Yeah.
Yeah, they're bigger.
A little
Yeah.
further to skate.
It's only I think 6 inches or so. It's not much, or a few feet, whatever. But it's not much.
Yeah. No, it's
But it is.
I've
bigger.
always enjoyed the juniors, and the thing is that they just a lot of people would say the juniors are players that are going out and giving it all, whereas when you watch an all-star game, it's just sort of
It's international hockey. The world's it's a faster paced game as well.
yeah.
Right? Like they're actually playing hockey. They're not looking for sponsorship spots, right?
Correct.
They're
They're out there skating a little hearts out, and
yeah. I haven't been to a hockey game. The last hockey game I went to was with my grandfather. He had regular tickets that he would get, and he would sit under the box where King Clancy and Harold Ballard used to watch the games from. And he used to sit there, and he knew them. You sit there long enough, you know them. I remember going the last game that I went to, and it was the Blackhawks in Toronto.
Hey, same here.
Really?
That's the last time I went. Yeah. And
So
last
probably
night's game,
we were probably at the same game.
It was playoffs.
I don't remember. I just remember that it was the last hockey game, the last thing that I went before my grandfather got too sick to. He had a bad stroke, and eventually that stopped his outings.
Right. Okay. It was a playoff game, and we set the VCR, correct. I'm not mistaken. The VCR to record the game, and then we were gonna watch it afterwards when we got like the next day or the day after, and unfortunately somebody popped the tape out.
Yeah, it was either they popped the tape out or they recorded over what you just recorded. That was the usual thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm gonna go let the dog in. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run a little clip here. It's like 1 minute long, and I'll be right back from letting the dog in. Unless you want to sit here and talk to people.
I could just sit here and go.
Now we'll run.
I talk to myself all the time, but yet I can't do it on the air.
We'll be back in 1 minute. How are you? Can I ask you a question, just so you know? I'm Al, my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally, so I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Yeah, exactly. Good answer. Thank you. There you go. I'm
that
go
kind of screwed up halfway through it.
Did it?
Yeah, it started stalling.
Oh, I don't know what was going on there. I got up there to let her out, and she waited too long, went back into her chair, and she said, "No, I'm fine now."
Rosa doesn't go out for very long because it's like -7 out there, and she does that paw thing.
Right.
And people,
Yeah.
and every time I post a picture of her outside, you should put some boots on her. Man, you don't know my dog. They would get eaten.
Sometimes those dogs don't like boots.
They would get eaten.
Yeah. Yeah, that too. So, all right. Into our next segment. You ready? Here we go. I love the saxophone. So you said you had some clip there you're going to run?
Yeah, like I said at the beginning of the show, I've been watching The Madness, and so I pulled out the trailer for it, and then I'll tell you what I think of it. I watched the whole thing already. I spent an afternoon and watched it. You know, when something catches you, you know, when something grabs you, you watch it.
Yeah.
So, all right, here we go.
I think I'm getting framed for murder. You think I'm making this up?
We're not going to end up arresting you for this, are we?
I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm black, I'm on TV. I was there. I'm walking around with a bullseye on my back. They are gonna pin all this shit on you. But doesn't it feel it's murder of a notorious white man. The man was the Jesse Jackson of white supremacy. I think we're not prepared.
Did you do something to him?
This ain't no fight or flight. It's just flight. Do you see what they're doing to me? I ain't running. Something's coming for us. They're going after the family. So I need you to extract me from the equation.
This one was a bit bigger than you thought.
The police are looking for a story they believe. You're out of moves.
What are you going to do?
Get my life back.
And something's coming for us.
I'm not a criminal. With all due respect, my brother. You sure acting like one.
I think we're not prepared.
Don't that look like a good one?
There you go. I'm unmuted now. That looks like a good one.
You know what? I really enjoyed it. I think it's 8 episodes, and it grabbed my attention, so I watched it. And I would suggest that if you like a good thriller, I'll give you the gist. The gist is a CNN anchor gets framed for murder by a white supremacist, basically. Yeah. So, and there's some twists and turns, and you know, it's. I miss movies that grab you. The Bone Collector with Denzel Washington and Jennifer Lopez was it just grabbed you, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say.
That's okay. I do that all the time. So yeah.
Okay. So people catch that on Netflix. You said
that's
8
on Netflix.
Series?
Yep.
How long is each episode? If there's 8 series.
You know what? I'm probably about an hour. You know.
Hour.
Yeah. Okay. Probably a regular show length. Al's coughing. I'll fill in. La la la. Coughing music, please. La 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 la.
Yeah, that one came out of nowhere. It's actually Get a little bit of teary-eyed here, trying to catch my breath on that one.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
sometimes the dewdrop takes that breath away from me, I tell you.
Yeah. Okay, now as far as events, I went looking for some events, and I come up with some stuff that was, there's an event, BizCan, MJ BizCan 2024. It's going on down in Las Vegas, so it's obviously not here in Ontario. There's a Cannabis Human Resources Leadership Summit, whatever that's about. It's about motivating cannabis leaders. Holiday Cafe. There's a cannabis grow house, which is an auction for growing equipment.
Ooh.
Yeah. There's the Canada Drag event celebrating Canada Drag's 1 year anniversary. And that is, where's that happening at? I don't know. It doesn't say. Saturday at 6:30. Oh, more details. Secret location. So can't help you out there. And secret location, man. A live winter hot box, live music, real talk, and 420 friendly. And it's fun with the disciplined stoners. You know who the disciplined stoners are?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. They are involved in this. Yeah, I'll just bring it up so you can see. There we go. Improvised whatever music by 11. Yeah, he does like all freestyle stuff where he just comes off the top of his head.
Yeah,
And
he's doing stuff like that at
Can Expo.
Thank you. Can Expo. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Winnie, his partner there, does comedy.
Yep.
Yeah, a holiday hot box. Okay, so here we go. More information. 420 friendly event. Don't miss out. Location. There we go. Berkeley Street, Toronto. Meadow Milky Way. You know where that is?
No.
No, either do I.
Yeah. In Toronto?
I'm going to assume so.
Yes, I think I know where it is. I think it's downtown.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a map right there.
There's a map right there. Get directions. Yeah, let's get directions. All these different places. So that must be it right there. Dollarama's nearby. Queen Street.
There's a lot of venues popping up downtown, which is really cool.
So there you go. There's that event, and I'm not done. Not done. I got to jump that back so I can find my list again. Oh, here's something. This is happening on December the 14th. I should go back and let you know that that other one that 11 was out. That is on the 13th. So that's in 10 days. All right. Oh, Discipline Storms. That's on the 7th. Sorry, 7th. Got too many events in front of me now. On December the 14th, I have got here listed the Great Hash Showdown 2.0. Right there. Great Hash Showdown. Santa Claus is going to be present. And it's on the 14th from the 1st or from 1 o'clock to 7 p.m.
Ooh.
Only 100 judge kits are available. Judge kits include judge sampling kit and dinner. Over $5,000 or $4,000 in prizes are available.
How much is a kit?
I don't know. We'll find out as we go along here. It's a Can of Kick It event. Event details. Let's see. It says here the Great Hash Rosin Showdown is a competition that celebrates excellence in hash rosin production. Participants showcase their skills in creating high quality hash rosin, and entries elevated by a panel of judges. Join us for the Great Hash Rosin Showdown, where the best hash rosin producers compete for glory, recognition, and incredible prizes. The premier event showcases the artistry and innovation of the cannabis history.
Huh.
It's got a bunch of sponsors there. Tickets from on Saturday. Can I kick it? Location to be announced.
Yes, they wouldn't give that out right now.
Yeah, correct. So there we go.
Awesome.
Great Hash Rosin Showdown.
Never heard of it.
No, well, there you go. Now you have.
There you
Some
go.
of our viewers. Okay, I think there's one more event that's coming up. Okay,
All right,
that's on the 14th. That's on the 14th of December. Okay. Now, also on the 14th of December. Okay, this is one you'll probably know about. This is the Canna Crawl Winter Festival.
Used to go with Ira and sit on the stage all day long.
There you go. December 14th, festival, music, food, exhibitors, door prizes. Hamilton from 2 till 10 p.m. Location to be announced noon of the day of the event. Early bird tickets are $5 or $10 at the door.
Yeah, although it's probably at the community center. Usually is.
40 exhibitors showcasing community bands, local artists, delicious food options, amazing music with a live DJ, sponsored raffle draws. Yeah, it's too bad it's 3 hours away. Plus, you gotta drive.
Yeah, you know, I mean, yeah. Even when I was in Toronto, dude, that drive, I do not miss that fucking drive into Hamilton.
Yeah, just think I'd be on traffic right from, let's see, basically
the way.
the east side of Oshawa all the way,
All
man.
the way,
Like,
pretty much. Yep.
yeah, not into
So
this.
you're done with that?
Yes, I am done
Okay.
with the events.
And I've got loaded up here. Sherry Ann went to Kind Winter Fair. So
yes.
this is, I don't know what I don't know if I've even seen this one, but we'll have a look and see what she has to say.
Is that things are about to get really good. I think this world is going to open up for you in unimaginable ways. I think you're walking into your best chapter yet. And finally, you're going to see where all of this has been leading. Your hard work hasn't been for nothing. How you keep showing up. How you keep picking yourself back up. How you never give up on this dream, this vision, this feeling deep within that says this is for you. How you never give up on yourself. And even when you couldn't find proof in the outside world that anything was working out, you listened to your heart's wisdom and continually leaned into faith and trust. But now you're going to see it, the proof, the illumination of something more beautiful than you can even imagine. You're going to see where the universe has been guiding you, and it's going to be better than you can possibly know. I think the next plot twist is that things are about to get really good.
That was the end of that one? She started it, so. Yeah.
I don't know if that was even the right one to push. So, but anyways,
well,
yeah, she's been enjoying. She's been going to events in the Toronto area. She's been to Kind. She went to the Hash Fest, the Ass Fest, the Hash Fest, and I think she went to a few others that I can't remember. She's been going to the Dankforth, which is a place where you can go and do dankly things.
Yeah. The Kind Winter Fair, from what I saw posted on Facebook, is that it was packed. Literally packed.
She posted a lot of stuff. And I've been sharing it. So yeah, I've seen a lot of videos, and it was packed. Yeah,
yeah, it was packed. I heard it was overpacked. It was there were some people.
Is that a legal event? A legal event or
yeah, it's a legal event. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I've been to them in the past.
I don't remember if I've been to one or not.
Well, we covered one. You were there.
I don't remember if I've gone to one because they've been going on for a while.
Few years now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like maybe 3 or 4 years now they've been going on.
Yeah, there was a few when I was in the city. I just don't remember if I went to them or not.
Right. Yeah, no, it was crowded. So
I'm just crossing out on my calendar that we've had a successful number 14.
Oh, okay. Good. Does that mean that we're done? You got anything else you want to add to the events or entertainment or anything? I guess I got one thing.
Go ahead.
Okay. Earlier, we saw the Apple promo. Just to let everybody know that the video has actually been released. It's available on YouTube as well as Facebook and Blue Sky, where people can.
Did you sign up on Blue Sky, Al?
Yeah, I'm on Blue Sky.
And are you liking it?
It's a spot where I'm posting some stuff I've been going through. It's like the old Twitter. Like it's like you can't
go live
stream,
on there?
You can't stream to there.
Okay.
And you can only post videos that are a minute long.
Huh.
Yeah. So like when I posted it there as a YouTube link. Share the YouTube link. Yeah. But yeah, it's like the old Twitter. Really. It was actually a Twitter's project at one time, but
yeah, from what I understand, it is a bunch of the original techs from Twitter that have abdicated and started their own network.
Correct. Yeah. Exactly. So
I used to know a bunch of the guys behind the original Skype project in Australia.
Oh yes,
and that's a bunch that is weird in a lot of weird ways. I tell you, those guys are. I think I'm geeky, but no, those guys are fucking
geeky.
Wow.
I use Skype there about a week ago, I guess.
You know what? It loads up on the computer, but I don't remember the last time I got a Skype call other than soliciting.
No, I don't have a North America plan on my cell phone. So if I ever have to make a call to the US, I just use Skype.
Yep.
Yeah. So, all right. Anything else you want to add? No, that means we're done.
I bit my tongue earlier this week because of the dewdrop.
Oh.
And I really bit my tongue.
Oh, did you? Oh.
Yeah, I still have it was 4 or 5 days.
How would it get you to bite your tongue?
I have a tooth that's got a chip in it.
Yeah.
And as I was sneezing, I clamped down right there, and it created a little welt on my tongue. And every now and then, while I've been talking, I am like, ah. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess that's it. We're done.
Yeah.
I've got to get some lunch into me, and then I've got to get some wood into the house. We're expecting some snow, as you know.
Issue, as I know, yes.
Yeah.
All right. Say good night, Al, or good afternoon, Al. It's only 11:30.
All right. You say good night, Al. Say good afternoon. Bye bye. We'll see you all next week. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday, Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for May 27th, 2025. May is almost over. Can you believe it?
Wow.
Summer's almost here. Summer's almost here.
Oh, the song's done. Sorry. I was going to keep dancing.
Looks like you already got summer going there. Look at a fan going on.
Yeah, man. I am menopausal age and hot flashes fucking suck.
Not for me.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. How you doing?
Besides really warm at the moment, I'm pretty awesome. How about yourself?
I'm doing awesome myself. We started out with rain today. It became beautiful sun. Took my little, come here, Chikachu. I'm just waking her up from a dead sleep. Took my little friend to the beach today.
Ooh.
Okay, you can lay
I
back
was
down.
out driving around in my Westphalia earlier. We've had nothing but sunshine here on today, Tuesday, May 27th. It's been absolutely beautiful. So I'm gonna go out in the Westphalia afterwards too.
You should get a big Scooby-Doo sticker for the side of it.
I looked into having it wrapped like the Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine, and I would have done it except for it was way, 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 way infinity too much money.
Yeah, but it would get so cool.
Sure. $10,000 to make it look really cool.
Ah, come on, a paintbrush, a couple cans of paint, you got it.
Canadian Tire sells.
But I did look into it. It was, but it was quite expensive, even to have it wrapped instead of painted, which used to be something that was much cheaper. Was incredibly expensive. It was about $4,000 more to get it wrapped versus painted.
Yeah, they just saw that you could afford a Westphalia and figured you were Little Miss Moneybucks.
Right. People only think that because it costs so much to get fucking parts. Like, it's insane. They have a new Westphalia out. They have remade the Westphalia. It does not have a pop top and it's electric.
There's one that drives by here. Yeah. There's a little yellow one that comes by here every once in a while.
Oh, right on.
I've seen it. It is so cute. I wouldn't want it. I like the old ones.
Yeah, I like having the second floor. The second floor is definitely like extra sleeping room is definitely a bonus.
That's where you hang that thing that kills the mosquitoes because they go way up there.
That's just where you put your guests, right?
And then the mosquitoes don't come get you.
No, they bug the guest. Get that, Amy?
Yeah.
Hey, what is that above your shoulder on the wall there?
Above my shoulder.
The other one. No, the other way. The other way. Yeah, what is that?
This is the giant leaf frog that produces combo.
And then isn't there 3 on there?
There is. Above that is the cane toad. The cane toad produces bufotein. And above that is the Bufo alvarius, which produces a tiny bit of bufotein, but it's famous for producing 5-MeO-DMT.
Wow.
Is that a good lead into today's guest?
I thought that was an excellent lead into today's guest.
Yes.
You know, due to the fact that she has the Bufo Healing Sanctuary. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the awesome Mushy Moment podcast, Marla B. Linder. Come on down.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. You guys are fantastic.
Thanks.
So fun. So
Yeah,
fun.
we try to have fun. What's the point in doing it if we can't have fun?
All right. Yeah, exactly. God, you got to have joy and fun in your life.
Yep.
Can't take anything too serious these days.
Well, the moment this becomes work, I'll have to quit.
Yep, I'm with him.
Yeah.
But the moment it becomes work means we'd actually be making money on the podcast. That'd kind of be cool.
Yeah. Well, or you hire people and then
Maybe
you
I
can
would
have
quit
fun.
Yeah. Let me rethink those words. Joe Rogan's 20 million.
There you go. You know, this is where manifestation starts. Keep it going.
But I just want Joe Rogan to show up in Canada and go, hey, you serve 5-MeO. You serve me. I'd be like, okay.
You're shaking with the lighter. Or you could train him. He can serve himself.
Wow. Bufo, the toad, the one that's on that same podcast that so many people speak of.
High-spirited Bufo. What an honor. Such an honor.
So, Marla, I know that Steve came across your name and your company in some of the healing groups that he's been in, and he sent your information to me. But, you know, we always like to ask a certain question, which I didn't get to read in any of the information. It didn't tell me. I want to hear your story. I would like if you would tell us what brought you to working with psychedelic medicine.
So I had my first Bufo ceremony experience, and it was obviously transformational. It was big. It was big. And the original reason why I wanted to try Bufo was because I wanted to see what it felt like to be in interdimensional frequency bands. I didn't have the depth and knowledge at that time of how much healing power it really had. So I was taken back, like, whoa, okay. I was so nervous the first time I did it. So I met this guy on Facebook, and he was taking his daughter out. You know, he had a video of taking her out for shooting at the shooting range. And I'm like, what a cool dad, you know, to show his daughter how to protect herself. So I messaged him, and he explained what he did and who he was. And he was a former special ops and went through addiction and pain, and it led him to Ibogaine and then to Bufo. And I'm like, well, I want to hear more. I'm really intrigued. Something is that pull wanting to, it was a pull. And we figured out a ceremony time, and he came to me and served medicine and stayed for like 3 days. And I had a couple ceremonies. We also did psilocybin, and it was that was the hard part for me. Was that Bufo was easy compared to that. My shrooming experience that one was harder for me. So, but the experience, the ceremony, I had such a loving, safe container where I could release, and some things came through for healing that I needed to do, and that led me then eventually wanting to train and become a facilitator. And at that point, when I decided to train and become a facilitator, that's when I started Bufo Healing Sanctuary right away. Like I knew, because I can see timelines ahead. I knew I had to be part of that. So that's when I started my website. So it was in the process of deep manifestation skills happening at that point, because I already did a lot of energy work, and I work with energy, frequencies, sounds, symbols, codes, and lights to help with people's energy. It's more of a bio-spiritual healing that I was doing before Bufo. And I study dimensions and harmonic universes, stargates, portals. So that's why I wanted to do Bufo. So that's what led me to there. Thank you.
Wow. Very interesting.
What led you to the work you were doing before the Bufo?
So I have a wellness story. So in 2020, I had I was just waking up at that point of learning what was going on in the world. I was really clueless otherwise. And at that point, I had a bowel obstruction and I had to have emergency surgery. And through that, I went off of I was on Lexapro for about, close to, right after my son was born. So we're talking like 18 years on an antidepressant that I didn't think, like, I feel pretty good. I need to get off. So after the surgery, I cold turkey went off of Lexapro. And I also came down with candida from that surgery. Years and years ago, I had a weight loss surgery. And when you have a weight loss surgery, and I was a weight loss surgery fail, I gained the weight back, but it produced scar tissue, and that was the bowel obstruction, with scar tissue in the bowel. And that also led to a high level of yeast after the surgery, and I had candida. And so nobody was around to help me. I had to learn how to heal myself for 3 months. So I went on a really strict diet. I went on the candida diet. And after surgery, I was very sick. And it was a combination probably of cold turkey, letting go of the medicine, and also the candida in combination. And also anesthesia, because I work with wellness, and that has a lot of heavy metals. So all those components and parasites, I was so sick. So that led me into wellness and how to heal myself. I lost 65 pounds on the candida diet. And started to lower the levels of yeast in my gut. And some people don't know this, but we have about 90% of serotonin in our gut, and that it's connected to our brain. So there's a lot of components here with serotonin factors and heavy metal detoxing and parasites and the yeast. So that's what led me to on my own healing journey. I did not get help until 3 months into this. And I saw finally a chiropractor that was recommended by a health practitioner. They wanted to do a biopsy on the yeast, and I'm like, I'm not. Yeah, I was done with that. I had a lot of death in my family. Medical practitioners kind of failed me. Not all, but I was leery. So excuse me?
Understandably.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. So what I did was I went on the diet. I got some chiropractic skills. I did some lights. We did frequency medicine, and that's where I started learning about frequency. And then that led me into, besides healthy, I detoxed my entire existence. I got rid of plastics and cookware, the Teflon. Electromagnetic fields. I went and tested everywhere in my house how to protect myself from those energy forms. And then I eventually got hold of a pulsed electromagnetic field healing device. It's a very expensive device. And I really technically wanted it for my son because he's had now 8 knee surgeries. And so I wanted him to lay on this mat to start healing him. Little did I know it'd really be for me. It's cellular. It's like a spiritual mat. It's expensive, but it's my health. I don't have health insurance. I take care of my own health. So the mat heals DNA and helps with the yeast. I brought the frequency up. High frequency is for health, as you know, because you've worked with frequency and vibration and sound therapy. So I kept growing and growing into. I had DNA activation while I was healing, and that started. I started to hum. this humming started to come out of me. And then I realized, oh my God, I did some research in a spiritual sense. And what was happening was I was doing etheric surgery in the realms within our auric fields. There's these fields called the morphogenetic field, and our energy fields are connected to this mass field of morphogenetic fields. So we have inner chakras in my studies and my beliefs, and outer chakras too that are connected to this frequency. And so when I started humming, I'm starting to heal myself too in energy points where they're stuck, where you have heavier metals and areas where you can't release pain and suffering, so the humming sound of frequency starts to open energy points. So I use that in my practice now. Nice. Sound tools. It's sound of frequency healing.
Oh, well, everything in the end is energy, which its vibration is frequency.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
Everything in the end is a frequency.
It is everything. Words hold frequency. Symbols hold frequency. Light holds frequency. Food holds frequency. Illness holds frequency. Everything is frequency. And energy can't be destroyed. It can only be shifted, transmuted, transduced, and changed and shifted in a form. And that's part of the practice, is how to alchemize your own soul and bring the love back into your life and alchemize anything negative with mind control. And I teach some of these teachings with a program that most of us are connected to, called the Victim Victimizer and Rescuer Program. It's a psychological, energetic program that's connected to the earth grids. And so I teach people how to release these programs that cause constant mind looping. And the mind looping that can't escape your mind causes soul fragmentation. And then that causes some kind of karmic energy, and it boomerangs back where it's going to come back to you again, and you're going to have to fix this and heal it and transmute your energy and transform it to heal. And this is part of the ascension. And this is what I help people with: transformational integration soul coaching after a psychedelic experience, or even biospiritual. If people don't want to do sacred medicine, we do a different route of healing through the frequency devices and organic devices I use, along with detoxing wellness. I teach that. I guide that too. I'm not a doctor. I don't claim to be healing people. I guide people to heal themselves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, through my own traumas that I've gone through. And my own healing.
we stand up and show people how we've healed ourselves, in hopes that some of the tools will resonate with them. So they can come along and pick up the tools and learn from us how to work them, and build their own bridge to their own healing. I mean, we don't heal others, we heal ourselves, and we share that knowledge.
That's right. You beautifully said, because that is the true teachings of what we're supposed to be doing. We walk in the fire, we embody, and then we transmute and change and shift into spirit, and then share. That is our purpose. That's my purpose in life. This is school.
Yeah.
Yep. All the knowledge that I've learned, all the pain, all of it, I see it now as gifts. So there's gifts walking through this.
Yeah, and that's a hard part to walk through.
So hard. It's so painful.
Like, to say, okay, I am grateful for my traumas. I am grateful for the pain I have lived in the past, because it has now given me those tools to use now and to help others, to show others, so they can then help themselves. And finding that gratitude for that pain is, whew.
Yeah, and that's it's painful. Walking in it, it's so painful. I can't even tell you how many times I sat in my shower crying. Snot everywhere, and it wash away your pain, wash it, cleanse it. It's very cleansing being in water. So I tend to release a lot in water, and some breath, and then also working in the realms. I work in that high frequency realm. I work in the 12th dimensional frequency. So it's pretty high up there, and to be able to see the gifts through the pain, that's when you release programming. You have an understanding that our parents those generations, they had trauma too. They didn't know how to do it. They didn't know how to comfort us. They didn't know how to listen, how to embody feelings and emotions and sensations, and how to shift it and walk the path of empowerment. They only knew how to be the victimizer, or then be the rescuer. And so I have found these components to be very healing for people, and working with coaching, integration coaching, with that foundation of the deprogramming people, pretty much, and how to do that energetically. And because I've walked it, I've done it, it worked.
Yeah.
You know, and I use medicine, but initially I didn't use medicine, so sacred medicine, but now I do. So, and it ebbs and flows. I've heard people start doing their medicine journey and then they stop and switch, you know, so life is very fluid.
It is.
Especially in this matrix, you know, and the whole, you know, we make it what we want. When you have high frequency, you can manifest quicker too. We all need to manifest what our hearts desire. And that's part of sacred medicine. It pulls you to what your heart desires, doesn't it, Cindy?
Well, it helps to open your eyes to that, to your true self.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, speaking from my own experience and my own self, I mean, I've spent a lifetime wearing masks because of my traumas, and, you know, which led to my addictions and et cetera, et cetera. And I find it even hard these days to not wear a mask. You know, and, you know, my first stage in learning and being my true self is just like, okay, when I am home alone, that's when I can take them all off. There's nobody here to try and, you know, tiptoe around their feelings or accommodate for them, or I can just be me for me. So I've spent the last, I'd say, 6 to 8 months working on that and sitting in observation of who is Cindy. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's incredibly healing and eye-opening to sit with yourself alone in silence and listen to yourself and say, okay, tell me who you are. Tell me what we should be doing. You know, if I'm to speak to all of my parts, you know, and if we can take the hurt and the fear and put it aside, who am I? And you know, it has started to come out, and it's really beautiful. And then it takes courage. It takes courage, and it takes determination, and really confidence to say, okay, I'm ready to show the rest of the world. And that takes a lot. And that's the very hard part. It's one thing to open up to yourself, but then to turn around and say, okay, I know who I am now, and to put it out for the rest of the world to see it's a scary step. And we do that when we step into service. Okay, we've done some medicine, we've done some healing, you know, we're working through it. We've heard a call that says, share your knowledge, share your tools, hold space for others. And we are discovering that is our true self. And now we've got to go put ourselves out there in a world that kind of looks at this stuff, like kind of goes, huh? Mm-hmm. Because we really are in the 3%. And I think I'm over exaggerating that 3%. We might be at 2% now, 2.5% of the human population follows this way, does this medicine, believes in this. And, you know, so it's a hard battle. We are walking uphill. And I think it's an incredibly important battle to have, and to have people with the true heart in it, truly wanting to help others is what is definitely needed in this industry.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. You're alone. We're alone. It's a lonely path being in shamanic medicine. It really is, because, you know, it's very unique, and it's a real honor to do it. But you give a lot. It's a very selfless type of service to humanity, and I'm never alone. I feel very guided, and I know you do too, or we wouldn't be here together, you know. So finding communities that are similar in your beliefs, finding those communities where you have a lot of love and a lot of support, And because it's growing, and the ones that truly hold the medicine so sacred in my eyes and have strong spiritual integrity and code of conduct and safety protocols in place are the ones that will be the leaders in this, that eventually could be the protocols for the future governments. We create the protocols for them, because where else are they going to go? Are we going to have government protocols? How are they going to know if they haven't walked this? Not only that, it's bringing in tribes. That's a big thing for me, is bringing in the ancestors of medicine, because like tobacco was the first medicine, you know, and I honor the different tribes and all the four directions of where all the different medicines come from, because of I'm a believer of the eagle and condor prophecy, you know, and it's getting close to that prophecy has been fulfilled, but it extends from what I've been taught is 5 years out of the prophecy. So it extends out when the earth is woken up, and all the medicines come together, and each medicine holds its place too, and needed at specific times. I'm getting to know Wachuma very well. Wachuma is a beautiful medicine, and for your viewers, because you guys probably know this, your viewers probably know this too. The grandfather medicine, it's heart expansion. It's kind but bold. You know, I just went through some really deep healing that brought after I went through this traumatic pain. Wow. It humbled me, and it brought in. I had like a birthday, a spiritual birthday, and I heard the words. I heard it loud and clear. And what happened was, after this experience and releasing so much shame and guilt from me being the victimizer for a while in my life, I let go of the shame and forgave myself. And I woke up and heard, and I've never read the Bible ever in my entire existence, you guys. I heard Corinthians 43 in my ear, and I'm like, okay, let's say it, because I'm, you know, I have the clairaudient, clairsentient, clairvoyance. I have a lot of clairs, so I'm like, okay, let's go to Google. I looked it up, and 1543 Corinthians came in. It was about a death and a rebirth, and I knew I had arrived. And so it was a very significant moment, and it just happened recently. And so that embodiment, I can feel full love for people, and I don't have to do it myself. I let go of that programming. My program is ended, and so now I have stepped in full embodiment, and I can start walking side by side and guide in fullness.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's big responsibility, but I'm not scared. I feel I'm excited for the future. You know,
yeah. Steve, it's a good time, Steve.
Oh, hey, it's time for us to take a break, visit our sponsors, and maybe smoke a joint if you want to. We'll take that little break right now. See you in a few minutes. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back here on the Mushy Moment, May 27th, 2025, with Marla B. Linder from the UFO Healing Sanctuary.
That's right. Healing one life at a time, right?
You know what?
Guiding them to heal themselves.
Your story. I got a question about your story. You said the mushroom part was tough, and I got.
Oh God, man, Steve, that was okay. So my first experience was fantastic, and I was like in my 20s, and then I had another experience. I was probably I was still in my 20s, getting a couple years out, and then this last one, and that was okay. It was just okay. It wasn't the greatest, and then this one was so painful. So we had my second Bufo ceremony. He's like, okay, do you want to do shrooms? I'm like, sure. And I had some. My son's really cool. He's into psychedelics too. And so, in fact, I saw his grow tent on one of your advertising, and the soil too, the Fox Farm. So familiar with that's a great soil. So my son was there too when I had my bad mushroom trip. So what he did, we had I think is it Golden Ruler? Golden Teacher. Yeah, and then Penis Envy. I think he might have mixed the two, and then he did it in lemon juice, so it would be 3.5 hours. Yeah, and so this is after Bufo, and I don't know, because so I did it, and I had a trash can in front of me for 3.5 hours. I thought it was
so you did 3.5 grams combined.
No, I only did one. I just asked him. I said, "How much did I do?" And he's like, "About a gram." And I was really sick after.
But it's like half a gram of golden and half a gram of penis envies, correct? And then he lemon teched it, which makes it stronger. By the way, it helps it hit faster and stronger. Okay. And then you did it directly after 5. Which you've probably learned by now. Doing mushrooms after 5, mushrooms appear to be about twice as strong. So you've now taken your little 1 gram and turned it into 4.
So that was a heroic dose.
Almost, yeah. You were about the equivalent of a gram off of a heroic dose. Yeah.
I said to my son, I go, Jonas, you got to stop. He's like, Mom, I'm so sorry. I'm like, this. And I did see the devil there, and I had a trash can. Nothing would come out. I'm like, I just want relief. I was in so much pain, and it could have been because of the candida in my gut. Yeah, it could have been that. So I'm like, oh gosh, and I felt so bad for him because, he's doing his experience too, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm having a bad trip. I'm dying here, and I couldn't leave the room because I couldn't even walk. Nothing would come out. Nothing. I couldn't even.
You're making me think of my combo experiences, right?
Oh my gosh. By the time I'm like, how much longer? How much longer? And then I'm like, okay, something's changing. Now I can walk. I can go outside. But it was I'm looking at the grass and I'm like, it was just not a comfortable feeling. The lemon juice, I can't do it ever again. But no, I did actually. What I did was I did microdosing. Microdosing. And that was okay, but if I did too much, then the stomach aches happened. And I did notice with Wachuma, because I did, each capsule, resin capsule, has about 1,000 to 1,200 milligrams in each capsule, and I did 5. By the time I was getting off of my all day being in medicine with Wachuma, I started to feel a little that tummy thing. I know it's clearing. I know it's healing it. So I stated I did Wachuma. I weaned into doing all of that because I needed to see what it was. Now I did also Changa. Have you done Changa?
I haven't had opportunity to do Changa yet.
Hey, Steve, you have?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
I actually really did. I did it in Mexico. And the first time I did it, we were in the upper part of a hacienda, whatever you want to call it, but it had the windows open and the wind was going. And there was trees around with the leaves going. And when I did it, I had no idea what to expect. I'd done mushrooms, I've done acid, I've done a lot of drugs and psychedelics in my lifetime, but I had no idea what to expect with it. And the first experience, I just went for the ride, but I recognized something. I was like, oh, my brain wanted to trace what it was I was recognizing. So the second time I went in an analytical mode rather than an experience mode.
Mm-hmm.
And what I realized is, as an audio guy, I look out for phasing. So you have microphones in wrong places, or if you want the effect of phasing, that sound, you do certain things for it. And what I found was with the wind going outside and the leaves and the waves and everything, as soon as I'd smoked it, I could hear the phasing. I recognized it was like, oh, that's the sound of phasing. So in my own concept, I was shifting my frequency, or the medicine was shifting my frequency, which is changing the phasing. When you shift that frequency, that's the phase sound, right? So I just noticed that, oh, this phases me to somewhere else. This is actually my frequency.
Yeah, it's shifting you to a different dimensional frequency band. And you felt it.
Oh, it was amazing, actually.
Yeah, it's cool to see. I like behind the scenes and how what's going on when you're in a different dimension. I love that, because we have all these different, like Changa brought me to elementals. I saw praying mantis were dancing around me. They were shaped, I knew they were praying mantis and they're yellow and they're dancing around me. And someone in a previous interview was like, what were they doing? And I'm like, they were doing some kind of etheric surgery to me, doing some healing on me. And that, from what I've learned, is those are elementals, the praying mantis. We have these lineages of alien races or extraterrestrial races, whatever you want to call it, that are in these frequency bands. So when you're doing these psychedelics, we're seeing people see like clowns and jokers and things like that too. So, but I heard, I've only done Changa like 5 times and it's never gotten back to the praying mantis. And I did like that. It was cool to see that. It was very, and depending on the music too, you feel the frequency of the music bouncing.
People have said they've been to that dimension with the mantis on NNDMT as well.
Yeah, because the Changa I have has the DMT in it. Yeah.
Yeah, the NN will definitely show you or allow you to see the entities.
And what was that at the end? Did you say
NDMT?
Oh, and yes, that's
it'll allow you. It'll open up that third eye, so you can actually see the entities that walk with you. It's incredible.
It's so true. It's like you don't know them because we're in a lower frequency band here on Earth, but we're on a rise. Consciousness is rising, so it is happening, and it's really amazing times where we're at.
I found
we picked great ones. We picked a great time in medicine, and we picked a great time through music as well through our lifetime.
Oh yeah, I agree. Absolutely. What were you saying, Cindy?
Oh, I was just going back to the NN. I usually see spirit animals when I partake, but now I'm onto the music realm with Steve here.
Yeah, music is really important for psychedelic.
It is. Yeah.
Each type of music holds its own. Like with ceremony and for Bufo, is very different than changa. And same with breath work is very different with, breath is medicine too. So people that are no longer doing psychedelics or don't feel connection, then breath is a good medicine and other modalities too. I just stumbled. I went to a 4-day retreat myself where it was so healing, and then it went into leadership skills and coaching too. And it was transformational, that breath work. It was.
Was it a Groff, one of the Groff's teachings, or?
It was, I went through Aurea, and I went through, they had a lot of speakers there, that are well connected to a lot of different things with ancient mystery schools. And one person that I feel very drawn to with the teachings, because I follow Keylontic science. I don't know if you've ever heard of Keylontic science, but Dr. Samuel Lee, he's in psychedelics. He's a psychiatrist. I think he worked in psychiatry or psychology. He has his PhD nonetheless, and we studied the same Keylontic science. So I knew that it would be my kind of crowd when he was supposed to be talking. So I went. This was in Austin.
What is Keylontic science?
Excuse me?
What is Keylontic science?
Keylontic science is the study of light, sound, frequency, codes, energy. It's also just the beginning of, that is just a portion of Keylontic science. These are teachings that were given to us from our original ancestors. These are hidden teachings of the galactics. This is, we're talking the Emerald Order. You've heard of the Emerald Tablets?
Yeah.
We're talking in that category of galactic history. We have electric wars. We have a lot of different galactics that are, you look out, use your own discernment with different councils and things like that. But we are getting to the point of disclosure here of a lot of things. In these teachings, we learn about sun lineages, because a lot of the tribes say we come from the sun, and this is sun lineages. And there are certain type of lineages called the indigos. And the indigos, I'm an indigo. And these teachings are not part of any type of, they're not New Age, because New Age teachings are kind of spiritual bypassing. They don't teach how to heal and go in. This is actual teaching you how to heal on your own with light, symbols, codes, frequency. It brings you into different visuals with meditations. And so this is actually bio-spiritual healing, because I've done it. It works. I do it. And so I teach it. And it resonates with people. It doesn't, so be it, right? To each their own. But that's what Keylontic science is all about, the history of our galactics and how ancient teachings of the Maharata. You've heard of Lionsgate Portal? You know the Sphinx in Egypt?
Yeah.
That's Stargate 4. So we're talking stargates, we're talking portals, we're talking ascension codes, we're talking about human DNA. This is activation. This is what I study. It's all that. So I help people activate their DNA, their dormant DNA that was taken away from them. So there was a energy force that came in and recoded us. It scrambled our DNA so we couldn't get activated, but now we can with specific teachings. So that's what I do. That's one of my passions. This is who's my guides, part of the guides that are
wow.
to this system.
It's really interesting. You had us both just sitting here watching and listening when you were explaining that.
Just listening to it can be activating. It's deep. It's complex. Some people need to, when they want to learn about it, you have to go connect and know, because it's complex. To actually comprehend the teachings is in itself activating. So where are you in your activation and everything? These teachings are the teachings, the original teachings. They're connected to the Essene tribes, the 12 tribes of, it's called the Christus realignment mission. It's bringing our DNA back. It's teaching you how to have a Merkaba. You've heard of a Merkaba? It's your interdimensional. A Merkaba is your
new words for me.
Yeah, Merkaba is your interdimensional travel system. It's how we can travel, because this is the study of consciousness as well. And so this is why I wanted to try Bufo, because I wanted to go interdimensional and see how it felt, and compare my teachings with sacred medicine, and it's there with our ancestors too. And so there is your DNA is getting activated in sacred medicine, guaranteed. There's no doubt about it. And this is why people are healing through it. We're connected to the grid systems. We have a lot of grid systems in the earth, like ley lines and.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with sun activation on the DNA.
Yeah.
Between the eyes being an extense of the brain, and the color activation of what it does within our body, and the codes it tells for mitochondria and testosterone, and the mechanics of how it works, and putting it.
Yeah, exactly.
You're stepping into an area I'm not familiar with, but I will be soon.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I just went and did a massive TikTok live. One of my videos went viral. I had close to 150,000 people. It went viral, so now I can go live on TikTok and start my teaching. So I'm really
nice
about it. Yeah, because this is part of my leading, is to share these teachings. You know, they're all over the social media, these teachings. So I finally get to be able. I did teach a group, or guide a group, free, about some of these teachings. We're connected in consciousness to different planetary systems and lineages, and
there is only oneness. We're connected to everything.
We're just connected.
Yeah, we're all connected. I hurt me, I hurt you. And this is why it's important to heal, because we love one another.
Yep.
Yeah. It's really important. And people, I had learned the hard way that people who have trauma, we have to, if we do coaching with them, integration coaching, it's going at it with a lot of love, a lot of kindness, because I was so stern with things, so I had to shift gears. I had to learn to be softer and kinder, because it's a reflection of myself. I had to be kind and loving and forgiving of myself. I needed to do that first. He agrees.
Is that a little Frenchie?
Yeah, he's a Boston Terrier Pug mix.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll put him on. Hey, you want to come on? This is Enzo.
Hello, Enzo.
His photo was in the ad.
Yeah. He's a good dog. He's here. Look at the. It's hard because with working with Memorial, I work with people who have gone through a lot of loss with my Memorial jewelry business. There you go. So it's hard to detach from our animals, our loved ones, and rightfully so, because we're connected still in our fields. We'll always have a connection to them. So I don't talk about this with my customers. That heaven's right there. That's where I work. I work in that field, in that realm. So, but for your viewers to have a comfort in knowing that they're right there, it just takes time. What they want is you to heal, so you can feel the frequency of them.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's if you're still in your own trauma, it's harder. Your frequency is lower, and so you won't be able to feel the energy as much. But you're deep in spirit. They're right there guiding you. And this is part of letting go of control. And medicine and healing does let you have some trust, have some faith. Let go of the control so you can be led. Our ancestors can see ahead. They want to guide you to your soul and what your soul needs.
Wow. Can I ask you about this one?
Sure. So sacred flower tokes came from my experience when I moved here to Texas. I was going through a trauma response, and I was in a really bad place emotionally. I had just lost my dog, another dog, and I was selling my house. I was worried about my finances. I was renting this house and then paying for another mortgage. And I was still working with another church that I was creating, and I was leaving that church too. And I was learning to focus on my boundaries with people. And so with everything in unison, I was using THC, but it was too many chemicals in the vape pen. And I was having a reaction, and I needed some kind of soothing, because we know this addiction is about self-soothing. And so I'm like, I want to do something that soothes. So, and I wanted it to be this, I'm like, I don't smoke cigarettes, and I was doing the THC, and I wanted to feel a level of euphoric. I wanted to have relief. So I created the sacred flower tokes and herbal blends of like organic, non-GMO flowers and herbs to smoke instead. So they're pre-rolled. And I have over like 25 different blends. It's now on Bufo Healing Sanctuary, all those tokes. So eventually I will phase out some websites. Got it? You got it? There you go. Oh, you got it. Okay.
So is this stuff that can be shipped? I mean, can we order some of this, like some of these up here in Canada and have them shipped, or are they? Yeah. Do they have herbs that can't go over the border?
No, they're not psychoactive. They do have like Blue Lotus has a euphoric feeling, but they're not.
That can be shipped.
Yeah, they're not psychoactive. There's no THC. There's no cannabis in it either. And so it's all flowers and herbal blends, and they're pre-rolled. So and some are, so, and I wasn't sleeping well either. So when I started doing the tokes, I was getting relief, and I'm like, okay, it was just whatever chemicals in some of these vapes, aren't good for you.
No, they're not.
I'm going to do a vape, and it has to be the pure THC, which I do have and I use, but sometimes it causes anxiety with some people. So this was another way. And it also helps for quitting smoking too, like regular chemical cigarettes or regular chemical vapes too. So that's why I did this, to help. But there's risks involved with anything you put in your lungs out of smoke. So, I post that. People use their own discernment and what they need and what they want.
Yep.
Well, I love some of these. There's a place out in Vancouver where Steve lives that they sell some, like I think there's 5 different blends that they have. And I'm an ex-smoker. I haven't had a cigarette since good Lord 2012. No, earlier than that, 2009, I think.
Good for you.
Yeah, and that was like, I've been addicted to a lot of things, and it was one of the hardest ones to quit, to be honest. But I still love getting these. Like, they look like a cigarette, but like they have Blue Lotus or Amanita or some beautiful herb or flower that can be smoked and give benefit. And
right, see, that's the key. Is I wanted it to have benefits. Like mullein is good for the lungs, so you're like inhaling. So, and there's lavender, I do use some with a little bit of vanilla. There's peppermint, there's spearmint, there is chamomile. There's so many different blends that I have.
Nice.
Yeah.
Really
yeah.
excited. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have sacred flower tokes and what was that? Oh, okay.
Oh no, I'm talking to him.
I'm picking up
thought, but
yeah, I thought you were talking to Toad. It's funny you pointed that because when I moved here to Texas, like the second night a toad showed up. And my neighbors like toads never show up here, and so it showed up 2 nights in a row, and then it went away and it showed up reading my door sign next to my little gnome I had, and then the next toad was at the front door waiting to come in.
Wow.
And then just recently, I'm like, gosh, I really miss my toads. I would like to see another toad. The next night, I got my toad. So,
one of my best friends bought a house very, very close to me, and she moved from like a 40-minute drive to like a 5-minute drive away, right? And the first night that she moved in there, that I went over to visit, there were toads in her driveway, and it was like these are not toads that I can get any medicine from, but they're
right.
Toads. They look like little tiny miniature versions of bufo. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just a standard toad.
Yeah, it was just the cutest thing, and it was so cool to see the toads there when she was moving in.
Oh, it is. They're really cool, and I think that I spiritually, we have their DNA in us. They kind of recognize, oh, yeah, but we do have plant and animal DNA already in us. Even if we didn't do bufo, we have those markers in us. Same with nicotine.
Yep.
So it makes me wonder, our DNA, what we're made of. We're made of.
Well, it was so easy to get everybody addicted to those Virginian chemical cigarettes, right?
That's the money maker for the companies. The monstrosity and what they want from us. Yeah, because in my studies we have humans are very special.
So I need to break in and do that producer thing again and say, hey, Steve.
Hey, it's that time. We're getting to the end of the show. I'm putting up right now, I've got the bufohealingsanctuary.com. Is there any last few things you want to say to people? Is this the best way for people to get a hold of you?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are interested in having a private ceremony, or we're going to be starting our group ceremonies, we go through a extensive prep and discovery call. And then we do integration after. If you're interested in you feel pulled to this medicine and want to do some deep healing, and not only sacred medicine, but energy medicine, and get to know, all the modalities that I offer, please contact me. I'd love to work with people that are wanting most definitely, and needing a shift if they're feeling stuck in life and no direction and have some trauma. Yeah, thank you for having me on the show. You guys are really cool.
Thanks so much.
Yeah,
pleasure. Thank you for coming
and
on
stick
the show.
around. We'll have a chat after we end do the closing credits and whatnot.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you, Cindy, for hanging out with me. Thank you, everybody else, for coming on and logging on and saying hi. We'll see you next week. Much love. Happy healing.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. No cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, right now it's time for hemp.
Whoa, it must be time for hemp again. Woohoo! Caught me in the middle of a hit. And thank you for taking time for hemp. If you don't mind, before we get started, hit the like and subscribe button down below. Share this with your friends. That is how we get found around on the internet. And anywhere there is sound to be found on the internet, you can find Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network is making as much noise as we can on BitChute, Rumble, YouTube, iHeart, iTunes, and Spotify, and of course at timeforhemp.news. We are blessed today to have an interesting individual who's working diligently in Texas to raise the voice of the cannabis movement as our guest. But we're going to be bringing on our joint host first, as always, and don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, we want you to hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, and take time for hemp. Coming up out of the wings is a good friend of mine from Canada. That's how you pronounce Canada. And he does a thing called Pace Radio Network. Al Graham. Al, thank you for being part of the big broadcast today.
Hey, you're welcome, and thank you for having me part of the big broadcast as well.
What's that quacking I hear?
Oh, that's my phone quacking off at me. I'll just turn off those ducks so we don't hear them.
All right, so why don't you let people know about the Pace Radio Network while you got a minute?
Okay, the Pace Radio Network is people advocating cannabis education. We are a radio and video network, so you know. But when we got started, there was no video, was there, Casper? It was all just audio, and we cover cannabis obviously as well as psychedelics, and we interview guests include. Let's see, business owners, patients, advocates, finding out what's going on in and around Canada and elsewhere around the world as well.
Well, groovy. And I understand that we've had another groovy joint host on the big broadcast, Al Byrne. Al has written a fantastic book you can find on Amazon. Al Byrne, why don't you let people know about that fantastic book so they can make it a point to read it?
I will. But first, I got to say good evening. Usually we do this show in the afternoon on East Coast time, but Tonight, we're doing it in the evening, so the lights are going to be a little different, I suppose. The book I wrote is called For Country and Cannabis. It's about my journey of 40 years with the cannabis plant through the early days when medical cannabis was not discussed until today. And so the big book is basically, how did that happen? What happened between today and 1985 that medical cannabis became a reality, not only in the United States, but in the world? You read the book, you'll know. And one of the offgrowths of all that education that we did was we hoped, the founders, the beginning of this conversation, hoped that we would build a sort of an inverse pyramid, if you will, that from a little bit of shouting, other people would. I remember distinctly we had a conference in Santa Barbara, California, years back, and the mayor of the city was kind enough to introduce the conference to the assembled audience. We had about 400 people there, and she said, "When you're done with this conference, you're going to learn a lot." She said, "And when you're done, go forth and multiply." And that was pretty much what we had wanted to do from the get-go. And we thought that if we could present education, real science, I used to say patience out of time deals in real science, not political science. And that real science argument is where we finally overcame the ignorance. We're not out of it. Those of us in the United States know that as a federal law, that cannabis is still prohibited. There's X number of reasons why that can't be, but it is. We'll see how that goes in the near future, but that's where we are. But nevertheless, go forth and multiply. That's our next guest, is one of those guys that has gone and done that to my satisfaction, Casper's and everybody else's. Casper let my joke out of the bag, because I was going to introduce this man as being from the state with the stupidest lieutenant governor of all of them. But he already said Texas. So Joshua is from Texas, and he's going to bring him up here. And I'm going to get my glasses so I can read his name. I know it is. Castaneda. I'm old, Joshua. Smile at me. That's nice. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
God help you, brother.
Yeah.
You're awesome. I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you very much. And I am so sorry that you're in Texas having to work with that man. I don't even know we want to even mention his name, but you're here because you are turning Casper back into a well-known name in the world of cannabis. That he's old, he dropped out, he's a geezer like me. Nobody gives a shit about old geezers, and then all of a sudden, you come up and you're resurrecting this guy. What's going on?
Oh, first off, thank you for your time. Blessings to each and every one of y'all. Casper's amazing. The journey is very interesting. He expresses a lot of his own opinions. So do you all. And I appreciate each and every one of you for that. As to just a minor correction, I was just a witness, and I'm trying to help these individuals promote an event in Texas. There's actual patients there. There's hemp legislation. There's other things that they're working towards, bringing the Department of Agriculture and strategic partners together. It's an event at the Texas Music River Ranch. And the reason why Casper came to mind is they're in the midst of talking. The group, there's Justin, which Dabber 710 is his moniker. And then there's also Michael Camp. These are the two actual orchestrators. I'm just giving an echo of accolades and thankfulness that they've allowed me to be able to say, hey, here is Casper. He's the guy that you're looking for and proposing for the solution for this. The founder of the marijuana television stuff that, helped everything go on in Canada with that whole, cannabis culture thing that they do up there too. The time for hemp, that is understandable now today because of Jack Herrera, Captain's legacy. All of you guys had a piece to put this together. It's not me. I'm just over here saying, oh, here's the foundation that was already built. Why are we trying to, strike up another foundation? We might as well, give a little kudos and credit to the people who allowed us to learn the things that you guys have already gone through. Pace Network being in all these voices and patients together, patients at a time. Like, there's so much stuff that you all have done with your life's work, and I appreciate that you would even look at this event for a moment or direct traffic towards it, because the intention is there. It's the same heart, it's the same service. And that's why I think Casper came to mind so fervently. Is there is an ideal that somebody getting on and giving a keynote speech should have an impact. They should have had an impact. He's been volunteering since what, 1991? I mean, come on, guys. Come on, guys. Tell me, Casper, where's all the money at? Where's all the volunteer money at?
Exactly.
That's his first joke. He said he was going to tell jokes.
Jack Hare hired me in 1989 to run his office, and at the end of 1989, and during the course of 1990, they were working on the California Hemp Initiative, and we were trying to find somebody to get some public attention to it. So I decided to put together 3 or 4 segments of a thing called Time for a Hemp.
Just 3 or 4, right?
Right. Put it out in community cable access and use the information that we put out on the shows and our advertising on radio and TV. And it made its debut on January 5th, 1991. And oddly enough, I found out to be the first television series in broadcast history to focus on cannabis, hemp, in a positive light. Then because of all the hardworking activists across America getting copies of the show, it was the first community cable access show to debut in 17 states, 27 cities. Then because of Chris Bennett and
thank you, Chris,
Mark
right?
Emery,
and Emery,
Mark Emery and some guy up in Amsterdam who owns Sensi Seeds. You have to check him out. Yeah, he put it on in his hemp museum up there, and then they showed it in Australia, making Time for Hemp the first community cable access show in broadcast history to go international. And it was quite an interesting journey, I must say. And it's been fun, and it's been a little more than 3 or 4 segments, that's for sure.
Well, what's amazing, Casper, is you're the same guy on camera as off camera. And there's a lot of the ego that goes on in this industry, a lot of stuff that happens. But I'm glad to see sincere individuals like yourselves being able to step up and still represent the truth and helping the next generation learn from, the mistakes of all of us that we've learned all the way through here, right? So as far as what I'm seeing right now is there's an opportunity to help people know the intention again. When you come on stage, you're able to empower folks with those testimonials about Jack Herrera and the firsthand things that you've experienced, and also validate, the life's work of all these folks that are trying right now to get into an industry that's already thriving again. Bioremediation should be a topic of discussion. Using using both the plants and the myco remediation, as far as bioremediation with this plant, should be our first conversation. It should be everywhere. Fixing the soil, right? But at the same time, if it fixes the soil and it pulls all of these things out, you can also see how people have weaponized this and used toxins and grown it in radioactive soil and then fed that to folks. So we've also got to have our own certifications, our own class. They don't even consider it organic. They don't look at it the same way in the US. So we have to change a stigma, but we first have to declare it as an essential. And I think you guys see how essential it is. It's vital to life. If you look at it from the point of view as a vegetable, we're supposed to take the flower when it's sensimilla and pure in its essence, and those sifted trichomes but rebonded to the seed oil that's been cold pressed extracted, and that superfood allows our bodies to finally repair. So why would it be that we can only buy Canadian hemp seed? Why would it be that we can only buy FDA approved XJ59 all the way from Ukraine? And so there's a direct legacy that you all represent, and Jack, he'd be rolling around right now going, it's legal and you guys are still arguing the wrong things. Why are we even talking about this way? We should be making fuel and food. There wouldn't even be an issue with the economy if this was done properly. So these are the individuals that I see that are aligning with that in Texas. And I would love for Casper, and you have a newsletter. If everybody would like to take a look, I think it's TexasHempStock.com if you want to look at the website and where it is thus far. Casper's mug is right on there as a keynote speaker. It's going on for Memorial Day weekend, May 24th through the 25th. Paul Stanford is going to be there, which is going to be an interesting segue for you to bring up some of that amazing truth that you get to see both in front of the camera and behind, because these individuals are amazing folks that have testimonials that will help us all learn from each other and the mistakes of our forefathers so we don't make those same ones again, right? Personal soapbox to what I'm seeing, I want to make it very clear that we are here to help. We are not looking at this as an antagonistic way, but I will tongue-in-cheek make a character and kind of make fun of myself. Being from Alabama and I can figure this out, Texas should have already figured this out. So we're over here going, hey, come on, guys. I mean, we got 1 gram and we got 1 burn. You put them together, you're going to burn a gram right here, all of y'all. So blessed be Tree Family. Go ahead. Casper, why don't you go ahead and look through the website and sir, if you would read off some of what's going on here, because I would love to hear the new information that you can go look at, but you're here with us live, so I would love to hear your point of view too.
Well, what I'm curious about is how did Portland hemp stock become Texas hemp stock?
That's a great question. You know, I bet you if you go back into the archives, if you actually search, you'll find Jack was over there, right? At the Seattle hemp thing, right? Oh, okay. So he's noted all the way there. So they're trying to get to the legacy of Jack. Do you know anybody who still distributes Jack's book or has shows about him and Captain Ed and those kind of things where people could do a little research to find out why folks like Paul Stanford from Portland's hemp stock are validated by the life's work of someone like Jack Career and what he
Well, I
stood
think you
for and
can
organized?
find Jack's hair on Amazon. I give it away for free on my website. I give it away for free on my website, and I did a blog about Jack that really brings him to life. So I think I'm one of the few people on the planet who is still talking about Jack hair.
Well, if my understanding serves me well with this, we are all under this word game thing, right? And Jack was very vocal about whatever he felt or thought. And I think that he would want his legacy to be something that's impactful. So when I brought up that topic of bioremediation, I think that's the word that would describe if we were to take fungus or bacterium and combine it with the growth of canna, specifically, you know, to rejuvenate the soil, that would be something that would stand for what he brought to us, brought to the attention of all of us. So bioremediation is a topic, but as to all these individuals in their entertainment, the reason why we're coming together, there's a whole slew of musicians and amazing people that are coming to this kind of an event on a Memorial weekend. You don't have nothing to do, should definitely show up. But enough about that for a second. What I want to hear from is this live broadcast thing. Did you guys see this? They're going to be broadcasting with an NFP partner. The community radio is also taking root in this. I wonder if Pace could join in and broadcast live along with these other folks. What do you guys think about that? I think it's 104.7 KZSM.
I see that they were a media partner within at your festival there, and I seen Casper listed on there. Now, is there a way of us broadcasting from there?
I'm sure there is.
I have done it. I actually have this weekend. I'm heading to Toronto to cover the Global Marijuana March, and so we do mobile coverage. It's something that I would have to talk to Casper about doing, because just to say, yeah, I can do it, but he still needs to know what kind of equipment he would need to have and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's very possible to do that for sure.
Yeah, and you got the right group of people, because Al Graham and Alberta and myself pioneered this, didn't we, guys? I had 1999, 1998. I released the timeforhemp.com website. So it's one of the oldest domain names. It's a legacy domain name. And it was one of the first websites on the internet, period, that offered free video downloads, let alone about marijuana. Oh, my God, that topic. And then I through the help of American Freedom Radio, I was broadcasting through there. And when they went under, I kept on continuing the work. And iHeartRadio picked me up. The next thing I knew, it was going different places, and then bringing on people like Al Graham and Al Byrne as first joint hosts, and then we produced their own shows. They began pioneering the work as well. So if anybody can figure it out, you've got the right group of clowns, right, guys?
We'll figure it out. We'll get her.
I agree. We're the best. Yep.
Yeah.
We're as good as it is. Yep.
Albert, I'll let you take a question or two.
Well, Texas. I actually, as I said, back in the old days, we wanted people like you and your cohorts in this to exist, or spread the word. And I like what you're doing. You're not totally in my world, which is education, but you've got a lot of education in there. You've got entertainment. You've got a civil atmosphere with a good vibe going on, and I think it's all positive. And in that kind of an environment, you're educating people about cannabis, not only its therapeutic value, but as we all know, it can do anything else. So I think it's wonderful. I hope you have multitudes of people, and I hope it's a great success, and we can see that kind of activity everywhere, more and more every year, until we don't have to do it anymore.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? It's a cyclic behavior, brother. Like, Al, let me ask you a question, sir. I appreciate your sentiment about the education and that we're maybe not perfectly aligned with what your ideals or whatever education you'd want, but can you define what the actual word hemp, the letters HEMPE, where that comes from? Do you know the Francis Bacon reference or anything like that?
HEMPE.
Correct. That was the original word. I have no idea.
Okay, so I'll
tell you a Jack Hurst story. So I'm on the board of directors in Normal, I don't know, 1989, someplace in there. And I didn't know Jack. We're having a board meeting in D.C. And one of the staff guys comes in and says, hey, this guy's from California, and he wants to have 10 minutes with the board of directors. He's got something he needs to talk to you guys about. Can you give him 10 minutes? And yeah, sure, So in comes Jack. I've never seen him before. I've told this story before, but it's worth repeating. He had on the worst fitting and appearing sport coat I have ever seen in my life, then, before, since. It was just fucking awful. It looked like it just didn't fit. It was just it's worse than that. It's worse, and it was like Joseph's coat of many colors, or whatever that thing is in the Bible. It's crazy. And he comes in and he says, he doesn't even say his name. He says, this coat is made out of hemp.
You get a pass.
So what he wanted was, he was great. We become dear friends. But what he wanted that day was Normal, for whatever reason, to get to your question, owned the copyright on H period, E period, M period, P period. I don't know why, who did it or anything. He wanted it. We gave it to him. So that's all I know about him.
Okay. And what he did with that is he started the organization, the Help End Marijuana Prohibition organization, there in Van Nuys, California, and in Venice. And
that's what he wanted hemp for. Yeah.
And he was running it in such a way that Jack had problems with money. He liked to spend it, but he didn't spend it to the right people. And people would order his books, and he would say they'll send cases, and then he forgot to send the cases, but he spent the money. So he had some problems with that, and the people were wanting to work with him, and so he was trying to find somebody that people would work with. And he came into my science supply shop, and for some reason he thought that I had the right personality for customer service, and he badgered me until I finally said, well, all right, I'll come to work for you. And I did. And people were glad they did. Once I did, people started working with him again. And I made damn sure when they ordered a case of books, those bitches got their books, motherfucker. They didn't have to sit and wait for it. And I remember Chris Conrad coming in a month after I was there. He goes, I hear you're running Jack's office in a good way. I said, yeah. He goes, well, Jack owes me 12 cases of books. And I go, well, there's 20 over there that I got to send out. He goes, no, there's not. There's 8 over there you're going to be sending out, because he owes me 12 cases of books. And Chris Conrad started carrying out those cases one at a time. And I went, well, all right, you're paid off. But Chris Conrad helped to edit Jack's book. along with Lynn and Judy Osborne. And even while I was on staff, he would have me a book to proofread this. I was like, well, all right. But which I thought was kind of funny because I'd only been in his office about 3 weeks, and he had me fire off a letter to Normal about a week earlier. And the telephone ring, and there's Keith Strop on the phone, and I answered him. He goes, "Is Jack Hare there?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Who's that?" Says Casper Leach. I don't want to talk to you. Put on Jack. So I put on Jack, and the first thing he said to Jack was, "Who the hell sent this letter to Normal from your office?" And Jack said, "Why?" He says, "Because I sent it to NORMAL. So I want to know who you hired." And Jack said, "It's right here. Let me hand the phone back to it." And I went, "Can I help you?" And Keith Strop said, "So you're the one who sent me the letter to NORMAL?" I went, "Yeah, isn't that how you spell normal?" He goes, "Nope, NORML. And if you ever send a letter to us like that again, it'll come back unanswered, unopened." So I had a lot to learn when he hired me. I was wanting to put together I was working on a comedy magazine called Later, about reasons to leave Los Angeles. And I was working on a comedy stand-up routine, which I got to say now at my age, the hardest part about stand-up comedy is not the comedy, it's the standing up. And I was wanting to learn how to write comedy scripts. And I'd been hanging out at the Comedy Store and kind of bumped into people that were kind of, you might have heard, like Roseanne Barr and people like that were just starting out.
Yeah.
But when you get involved in the cannabis hemp movement and you learn all the crap people have been lied to about, and you learn all the wonderful things that it can do, suddenly it just overtakes your whole life.
Yeah.
And I was no longer chasing a career in comedy writing and comedy routines and comedy magazines. I was suddenly taking time for hemp.
It's wonderful.
Yeah. Exactly.
So now, and again, how did we end up with the Portland hemp stock in Texas? I still haven't gotten an answer to that. Did you all just like throw a dart on the board? Boom! Let's have it there.
You thought at his age he'd have short-term memory loss, didn't you? But now this guy's still sharp. He is.
Yeah, it's a great question. What I would defer to is we need to get Michael Camp and to know the exact backstory of what happened. But as to general assessment, they tried to find the best of the best. It was connected that he had the IP for the Seattle Hemp Fest. Well, the individual, the LK, the commemorative part of this, you're going to have to look a little bit deeper to see what they're doing this for and why. But the reason why they reached out to Paul was because he was willing to offer the IP for the hemp stock to be done here in Texas. And so they tended to change that LK at the end in a legacy memory of an individual, which, I can't do justice to individuals that I don't fully know. And I want to make sure that that's clear, is that I'm just a steward of this information and trying to make sure as an ambassador for anybody who's watching to go do their own due diligence and research everything we're talking about. But the website should explain how that connection happens. And one of the reasons why I wanted to address it was, if you look at it from the point of view of Seattle, right, hemp stock was the one that everybody was thinking, and then Portland was like an offshoot, and then we have this event to where that they're trying to give it that caliber of what the 1990s were, and that nostalgia effect of what we're all lacking today is the community, the genuine belonging to the one another that this hemp plant brings. Personally, I don't use terminology the same way other people do. It's more religious to me, and I use the Hebrew terms like Kaneh, Kaneh, to refer to the same plant because it's not limited to industrialization or anything like that. I personally hold beliefs that I've conveyed to individuals privately, but I'll share this part of it. Is when I look at the plant, I saw it as something that people were shepherding and they should be sharing. And you're supposed to feed your sheep, and you kind of hit the staff down and everybody comes together to eat, right, and culminate and enjoy. But it's also a safety mechanism. And by not having these kind of events and not having these kind of legacies, the shepherds are denying the sheep access to the clean water and the good food. And for me, that's a calling back to the plantation of renown promises, the scriptures calling out for this plant to be grown everywhere, bearing its fruit every month. it being directly connected to us. So it has a spiritual root to me that's more ecclesiastical than most folks. And I try my best to honor it. And one of the reasons why I asked that question about the phrase hemp, H-E-M-P-E, and I would ask all of you to do this because this is a broadcast named Time for Him. Henry Edward Mary Philip Elizabeth was the acronym for the Tudor dynasty. When they branded the plant to belong to them, they were mandated to grow their hemp plant. We were a hempy colony of the Jamestown, Virginia Crown Colony. So we are right now repatriated by way of our language. We don't even know what this originally meant and how it came to today. So if we don't share those lessons of history, we're doomed to repeat those cycles of control. And that's why I'm here to say, hey, look, if you have time to go research, do your own due diligence, research. This plant is amazing. You will find that no matter what you call her, no matter where you go, it's the same story. It's an amazing, fruitful plant that provides every aspect of life. I personally think it was given to us as the abundant measure for all measuring of standards, weights. It's how they built the temple. It's how they judged how much silver was worth. The first people were accounted by this. So this is the key ingredient to the community, is the intention you offer this plant and sacrament with, in my world. So when I see individuals doing that and trying to teach others how to do that, yes, this time is very valuable. You all understand what we are all trying to figure out. The cliff's edge is right here. Build a hang glider with him, fly off that joker and get to the other side. We can fix this. We have everything.
Well, and one thing you did point out that the LK and hemp stock, at the end of the hemp stock word, they've capitalized the L and the K, and that stands for Larry Kirk.
Thank you,
and,
sir.
Okay. All right. I was wondering
Larry
about
Kirk
that.
has passed away. Larry Kirk left us, and he was quite a presence at the Seattle Hemp Fest and Portland Hemp Stock, and in both those states, are very active. And
hey, you just answered the question that was asked. You're
I'm sorry.
amazing.
No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. This is.
Yeah, I know, brother. That's what
Anyway,
the memories do.
so
You answered it. Thank you so much.
It's a tribute to him because of his hard work, and so that he's never forgotten for what he's done. Because of him, the legalization happened in Washington and Portland, and Hemp Fest in Seattle grew to be. He worked with Vivian McPeak to help that become a major success, and then he also worked diligently with Paul Stanford to help the Portland Hemp Stock become a success as well. And so it's our way of never forgetting.
Thank you.
Who he is. Al, please take the questions for a minute.
All right.
Well, one thing I'd like to say is you got to Texas, and that's a good thing. One of the things I tried to do when we were running the conferences at Patients at a Time was to go where it was hard. Go where that particular group that was having trouble with the government or whoever the hell was giving them a hard time. And I always thought that by doing that, we seriously helped the cause in that state. You look at where we went that wasn't legal for medicine, and a year later it was, it just followed us around the country. So I applaud that you're going to Texas. That's hard down there. It shouldn't be. I mean, the hemp that could be grown in that state. Well, we just had a guest on from Australia, and he was growing seeds in Australia, and selling them in Texas. Yeah, who's that? That was Jason, right? Jason Law?
Right.
Yeah.
You might want to look back at a couple of shows back, but we'll get to that later. But anyway, I am glad it's in Texas. I really appreciate your take on the plant. I'll tell you, if I'd known that where the history of the word came from, I would have put it in my book. I would have. I didn't know.
Your reference is the letters from Francis Bacon in the late 1500s. You can look up Francis Bacon and the phrase hempe, Hempe, and it'll say there's a phrase in there that he uses after he describes it. He goes, "When hemp is spun, England is done." This was a revolutionary thing, gentlemen.
No.
It was everything we needed to get to all the way across the world. So absolutely.
And it didn't really get introduced, I don't think, into the United Kingdom area until about the late 1500s, and it certainly didn't show up here until people from Europe brought it.
Yeah.
Well, we had the Spanish version, but we also have some history here in America that we don't really like to talk about, is those Irish orphans that were brought over to work the fields. Those were those indentured servants that we gave citizenship back to after, right? Well, the reason why those orphans were brought over to work in the textile farming industries that came from Ireland is that was where they were originally growing their fibrous material to make their sails and riggings. And they found out that America had better soil and better climate, so they wanted to get as many of those folks over to America. And guess what? All of those mothers who were working in the textile mills to feed their orphans who were at the orphan because they couldn't afford the lifestyle in the day. When they took their kids over here to America, that same textile industry of all of those seamstresses and those workers of the textiles and the ropes and the rigging, they came to America to establish the hemp colony specifically to produce this plant into a product for the shipping industries for the maritime trade. But continue.
And they did good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
they got their freedom back.
That's the kind of stuff we're going to be talking about at the Texas hemp stock. I understand. Now, one of the groovy things about it's based on the Portland hemp stock, and Paul Stanford and I worked on that a couple of times. Maybe you got a picture of Paul and I, don't we, Al? Al Graham?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Right here.
And,
there you are.
There's Paul Stanford and some crazy clown named Casper Leach in the middle of one of Paul's little gardens there. And Paul Stanford is a pioneer in a lot of ways. I jokingly say he was born in pioneer days like I, but the fact is, Paul was very instrumental in changing the laws in Oregon, and then actually applying the laws that were changed by opening up a variety of medical outlets that made it possible for people to get their medical marijuana license. We don't like to say marijuana, but that's what it was, a medical marijuana license, so they can have medical cannabis for their medical needs. And Paul Stanford helped pioneer that. He's also got a huge archive of videos that he's been doing. He's been doing a great little show called Cannabis Common Sense since I think the 1700s. I mean, there's a lot of shows in there. He does them once a week, and he always has a great guest on there. And you go through his archives, and you find everybody who's ever smoked marijuana on the planet has been on Paul's show. And then Paul also is very knowledgeable about the plant. I mean, he's got a great memory, and he also has the ability to put together facts in such a way that people can understand it. So he can take a very complicated thing about cannabis or hemp and make it so that everybody can understand it. So he's a great educator as well. So to have him as a keynote speaker anywhere, let alone the Texas hemp stock, is a true benefit to the people on staff, and even more so, the people in the audience who have the benefit to listen to what he has to share. And I think it's about time people pay tribute to Paul for all of his amazing work. And I had a chance to be a joint host on the Cannabis Common Sense show for a handful of years. Had a lot of fun doing it. And I can certainly tell you, Paul's charming, charismatic, down to earth. And if you get a chance to hang out with Paul Stanford, it would behoove you to take a minute to take time for hemp with Paul.
That's a great idea.
It is a good idea. Now, Joshua, I want to just change gears from the speakers to the artists that are going to be performing there. I've got the list of artists right here on the website. Let me show you the right page. Here we go. And there is a pile of artists, musical artists that are performing over at your hemp stock there. And actually, there's one band there that I have seen live, and that is Los Marijuanos. I've seen them.
Pony Boy.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yes. Casper was there too at the same time.
Yeah, he was up in Toronto, and then I got to enjoy Pony Boy live in concert at Seattle Hemp Fest and Portland Hemp Stock. Pony Boy's got an excellent sense of humor. He's got fantastic vocal range. He's clever when it comes to putting together lyrics. They got an amazing beat. I tell you, you can't find a better time. Well, you always find a good time when you're hanging out with Pony Boy and the band at Los Marijuanas. Yes, absolutely. He's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh my God! I quoted him in a Canada movie. If you guys haven't seen that, there's a hemp puppet. You know, it's called Smokey, right? He's got the raspy voice, but he says, "What's up, my nuggets?" That's directly, you know, being around Pony Boy. You know, he loves the phrase "nugget," man. Everybody is his nuggets, and I love him for that. He treats us all like family. Blessed be Tree family. Yeah. Oh man, Pony Boy, thank you for bringing that to our attention, bro.
And we've also got Justin's also performing there as the Mad Dabber 710, right?
Yes, yes, they are.
That's actually, by the guys, that's one of the individuals that owes a lot of tribute to this. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, there's a pile of music that's going on this weekend. Like I hadn't even scrolled down to the bottom of the list. There's your Mad Dabber 710 right there.
I knew him before he was the Mad Dabber 710, and I met him shortly after he dealt with an involvement in a skirmish with the police, and he was healing from that. He spent a lot of time in a wheelchair, and he's back on his feet. Praise God! But I used to be a judge for the American Marijuana Music Awards and the Global Marijuana Music Awards, and Mad Dabber sent music to the awards committee, and I ended up getting his music put into my inbox for me to judge, and then I got to become better friends with the Mad Dabber, and he and I have been on Paul Stanford's show together a couple of times. He's got a charming sense of humor. He's fun to hang out with, very optimistic, very positive, just a ball of love.
You know, he deserves some credit too, guys. He set the standard. He's in Texas for patients to be able to consume cannabis while on, you know, parole and under those kind of situations. Mad Dabber was the guy who created a legal presence for us over there in Texas so that you can still have your medicine when you need it. But continue. Yeah, definitely amazing talent too.
Yeah.
Well, tell us more about some of the other singers. I mean, we know about Los Marijuanas and the Mad Dabber. Tell us about some of the other people who are on stage.
Frank Nitti, I see that you've been promoting him.
So what I can do is read over the names with y'all as well, but you're going to have to come out, you're going to have to click, and you're going to also have to go and listen to some of their amazing music.
All right, yes.
Frank Nitti, which you just mentioned, Los Marijuanas. There's the Mergia, Cosmic Boogie, the Shakira Ajopu, always fun. Young Gritty, David Winans Pie. We've got Richie Shaken Nagin, Reggae Soldiers, Hawaiian Lion, Mr. Green All Stars, all the real one, Mad Dabber, of course, Yoshi, which he spells that. If you guys ever want to look him up, it's YO #! It's a little different, but you can still look him up. Z Costa, which is ZKOSTA, Young Bill Rap Sumo, which they call the Big Naff. All right. The DJ Big Red, Randy Bowden, A Good Rogering, Justin James Bridges and Friends, and Callie Rose KB Bartley. There's the Ledbetter Ricky Versetti, Loose Screws, and Rusty Hearts. Our Last Days, Will Riley and the Band of Brothers, At a Place, Lady Ty. We've got Rakeem Williamson, Haley Ann Finley, and it's Shizzle. We've got Grace the Empress, T Phenomenon, Cookie Lone Star, C Kent, and True Summit, Daylighters, Killicad, and In the Shade. And of course, there's going to be more that's going to show up eventually. But guys, check it out. Definitely look up each one of these artists and see if they're your flavor, and earmark them for a show for Memorial Day weekend. Thank you again for all you do. Pace Radio is awesome for that. Thank you, guys.
The 38 bands, 38 artists in total.
So far.
So far, yeah. I see that you've got a button there on there if you want to perform.
Yeah,
Yep,
well,
we definitely
let me ask a basic question here. Texas is a big place. We all got that. Where is this going to happen?
It's at a place in Weberville, Texas. The exact address would be for the Texas Music River Ranch at 2511 Post Oak Road. And that's again in Weberville. Weberville is spelled Webberville, and that's in Texas, of course, at zip code 78653. So if you look at anywhere on the website, there's actually a section in here under the Texas Hempstock 2025 where you can see the stage and kind of the events and the actual sweat lodge. They've got all kinds of stuff from camping to vendors to green zones, VIP areas all throughout this place, main cabins, family camping. It's going to be a pretty strategic event if you want to unite with other folks that are like-minded and accomplish some amazing things in the world. So
that sounds pretty good.
Go ahead.
Is this around Austin someplace?
Very close.
Okay, I'm trying to give people, if they want to travel down there, where are they going? Weberville doesn't mean nothing to me, but if Austin, everybody
you're right.
Huh?
Thank you so much for that. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
And it's along the river there along the Colorado border, right?
Yeah, Colorado River's right north of it. Correct, sir.
All right, so anybody going there can bring their own stuff. I mean, food, bring an RV, and of course, if you have cannabis, we always recommend you bring that with you and give it to your friends. But if they didn't come, there's food, there's what you got everything you could ever want, right?
Of course, there's supposed to be food, vending, and the ability for everybody to get some rest and recuperation there, enjoy some amazing music, get educated. Hopefully, we're going to do some literary review for those eggheads out there that really want to learn something important and valid. You got any books that you guys would recommend we throw out here to the audiences so that we can put them up on the stage and say, hey, why don't you give this a read or two? What about yourself?
I know Al's got a book that might be interesting to include, right, Al?
Yeah, I'd love to have my book put out there.
I'd love to hear about it, man.
Especially Memorial Day weekend, because the first half of the book is about my service in the Navy. So
thank you for your
you're welcome. And then just to remind you, when you guys are introducing Casper that weekend, regardless of what Sanford, that's his job, but Casper was in the Army. He was actually in the friggin' Army. So, so again, Memorial Day weekend, I want everybody to have fun, but I want everybody to remember what the weekend's about. It's your freedom is because somebody did something very nice for you. So, it's what it is. But the idea again in Texas, the idea that you're putting entertainment with education, I think it's a winner. I just you have patience. Let me go there because that's my thing. What do you mean by patience? These are people that have had a problem, used cannabis, and recovered in some way. Is that the basic story?
Are you asking me what is the definition of a patient, or what do I mean in reference?
He's asking what kind of patients are you working with, and who are kind of.
Yeah, I mean, these cancer patients, these.
Okay. So our concern right now, if you want to be technical, is that they're depriving all of us of our food. We need the ability to have the essential fatty acids from hemp seed. It needs to be established as essential. There's 7 presidential executive orders that list this as an essential resource. There's a federal protocol to use FEMA and the military to harvest hemp. We need to educate the states on the federal protocols and the structure. When they decriminalized in Washington, D.C. in 2014 for medical marijuana, what they basically said is if you're going to intend to use this for medicine, then we're going to respect that. And that means that we're going to allow certain things to go on. And that's why we have different states being able to decide how they want to implement that. But in the state of Texas, they're right now at a teeter-totter for deciding what is essential. Can this be a food that's required? Is this non-euphoric vegetable that's reintroduced to a seed oil, is this considered a euphoric drug? No. So this medical food is what we have to clarify. The things that they're trying to go after, like we have to understand what you're talking about with patients is everyone is a patient according to Dennis Perone. All use is
Oh,
medical
sure,
if you
yeah.
want to be technical. But when
Of
it comes to educating about the medical side, sir, I think the accolades of PTSD that we end up all of us have it. One of the things that Dabber 710, by the way, I'm sitting back here speaking to the awesome abilities of these other individuals that are organizing and putting this together. I take no credit for any of this whatsoever, gentlemen. I'm just saying they need to be spoken of and they need to be recognized just like yourselves. But when it comes to the servant heart of someone like Dabber who's saying all of us have PTSD, if you want medical cannabis in Texas, we will find a doctor here that will sign off for you to have your recommendation so that you can have access to your medical good. Well, that's an advocacy program. We do advocate for patients. Obviously, we're all patients. So that particular element of having consumable cannabis for a medical purpose, obviously we are right there paralleled with and wanting to echo that. But even more, I would like to make a bold statement that this is supposed to be accepted as a food, as a medical food that's supposed to be essential to women and children as well. So why is it that we put an age barrier on medical? Why is it that this is not established as an essential to help our brains develop, help our bodies heal, to stop the epidemic of all of these other mental health issues? From every 2 years, your body is fully regenerated. And if you haven't had the essential fatty acids to do so, you're going to degrade, you're going to lose it. So we have to reinstall this plant into our daily routines as an essential food. And then doing that, we also are claiming the fuel, because the byproduct of the seed is also going to be the fuel industry. So we have to look at it as, if you're going to grow the seed for food and you're going to grow the herb for its effervescent aroma, then when you reintroduce them together, they make the perfect full spectrum food for allowing your body to repair itself. So why is it that anybody can tell me that this is classified with a deadly toxic alcohol, methylated alcohol, and then it's classified as that alcohol extraction, that it's poisonous? And then we're taking this presumed belief and applying it to the citizenry. So we're just educating them that we're not using their system that way. We're advocating for the system that we're supposed to be doing. And they're a republic in Texas. Let's not forget that. They're freedom fighters, and they knew that their big guns would keep the federales and everybody on the other side of the water. So when you look at that industry, they're all concerned that they're going to lose their firearms, these patients' rights, the advocacy for law enforcement, even with the Sheriff's Association, to come in and to sponsor for what this medical use and this industrial use should be. That's what we're trying to bridge, is this opportunity for not just the politics, but the state elected officials. And don't forget, your sheriff is your elected official for the county. So you look at that, and instead of being afraid and timid, we are declaring. If you don't declare your rights, then you're going to be losing them to silence, and consent becomes silence, and they can do what they want with you being silent. So pardon me, gentlemen, for that little ditty, but yes, there's a big reason why we advocate for patients. We are all patients. We need this. It's essential to us. And the federal government has already accepted this. The presidents have said this. They have executive orders at the ready for us to implement. So why aren't we doing this? Well, we got some greedy people in here still trying to keep things suppressed so that they can control stuff. You can't control the lion when you set it free. That's the truth. It can set itself and defend itself. So with that being said, this plant, once we fully understand what's going on here, we're going to be able to feed people. We're going to be able to nurture their hearts, their bodies, their minds, repair them. And this is all because you came to an event and you plugged in with the right individuals, read a book by someone like Mr. Byrne, or come on, guys, you all know that we have the solution. So why is there still these problems? It's just a lack of communication, a lack of community. They divided us with COVID, made coughing taboo. Don't come near me with that bad cough. Well, guess what? You know how to clean a pipe. You know what it means to get a sacramental puff. You know what the differences are between medical and the intended purpose. The rest of the people just look at this like it's a Cheech and Chong movie and don't understand until we tell them. You have everything you need already with this plant. We have our lunches packed. Go ahead, gentlemen. I apologize, but I love it too.
No, Donald, you've raised some very interesting points. And I think one that you say this, that I'm not sure that your politicians or those leadership hear it. It's a plant. When they hear the word cannabis or marijuana, they think drug.
Correct.
And years ago, I've told this story many times, but even when I started off on this mission of teaching people that medical cannabis could actually exist, I still had to deal with guys like Casper Leach and other activists who refused to call the plant cannabis. It took me 3 years. I threatened all kinds of people with all kinds of things, but finally it was cannabis. And that I'm telling you alone, Joshua, that alone changed the conception in a lot of people's mind. It became cannabis and not just marijuana. And another thing I'll just tell you on those words, if you Google medical marijuana on Google, Google will take you over here. If you, they're going over there. Medical marijuana goes over here. If you Google therapeutic cannabis, it'll take you over here.
Correct.
So language is super important, and I just have to say that when you're dealing with, again, you're trying to educate people that are lawyers and cops, law enforcement. I got nothing particularly against any of them, except they don't know anything about botany or medicine. Nothing. Yet they're making up these rules. So I would hope some of your speakers would point that out, that the people that are deciding these medical decisions for Texans aren't doctors. And, in most states, that's against the law. If you don't have the medical license. So the whole thing is preposterous to begin with. The idea that it's still Schedule 1 federally is a joke.
Would you like to talk about that?
Yeah, go ahead. The Republicans in Texas are missing the boat. When President Trump was here in Florida, this is his own state, he came down to do politics stuff here, and we had a vote going on, an initiative. So the people were voting on it about medical legal cannabis, and he said, "Yeah, I think Florida should have legal cannabis. What's wrong with you people?" We missed by just as much. So, even the president has indicated that if nothing else, he's willing to let states have states' rights in this issue. But another thing that Texans need to know, and again, it's Memorial Day weekend. If Texas has legal cannabis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
medical.
Medical. Okay, your veterans in Texas can then use medical cannabis and go to a VA hospital and be treated with dignity. The veterans that live right straight north of you in South Dakota, if they try to use cannabis and go to a hospital, a VA hospital, they are removed from the grounds.
Oh, wow.
So I would, it's Memorial Day weekend. And I hope somebody would say that the federal government, if nothing else, should at least allow veterans in all of our states to have the same medical protocols. It's ridiculous. I call it medical treatment by geography, which in my mind is, that's what it is. It's where you live. What's your zip code? And that's that's illogical. It's immoral, and it's medically unethical.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but one of the things that Al Byrne is not including too is that Al Byrne, along with an individual by the name of Michael Crowitz, are the two primary activists who made it possible for military veterans to include medical cannabis in their medical care without losing their veterans benefits. And thank you, Al.
Thank you,
Michael, for all your hard work in making that happen.
Well, Michael did the lion's share of it, but thank you very much. We worked hard. A lot of other people did too. It just wasn't me and Michael. It never is just the guys that have their name out there. It never is. But again, we have our government right now that is not treating your veterans equally, and that sucks. There's just no.
Well, Al, how many caregiver hospitals, how many caregiver facilities has the federal government built for veterans? I think there's 2 in the whole country.
Yeah, there's not very many. It's being taken over by nonprofits. Good for them. A lot of people are chipping in. I do understand, and again, I'm not bringing up President Trump just because I'm a Trumper or something. I really am not. I would not want to have a beer with that guy. But let me just put it that way, okay? But on the other hand, the man is dedicating his entire salary for 4 years. Yeah, he's a billionaire, but it's $1 million something, and it's all going to U.S. homeless veteran charities. His press secretary has been on this. The federal government is going to take all the vets off the street. We're going to do it right now.
Right.
So that should be done, of course. So anyway, that's enough of the veteran thing. But there is an inequality there. I think the more people that understand it, Texas is taking care of its vets, but there's others that don't, and I just don't think they know. It's just like your lawyers that you're going to try and influence, and you will eventually, except maybe that lieutenant governor. They're just going to have to understand it's a plant. And we talked to, we had an interview just 2 days ago with a doc down in a famous U.S. doc in Venezuela. Venezuela has assigned the cannabis plant to the Department of Agriculture. And that's exactly where Texas should put it. And that's where the federal government should put it. It's a plant. And as soon as we can get that kind of mindset going, that, oh, wait a minute, it's a plant. It grows in the ground, but these guys, I'm telling you, they're lawyers, they're cops, they think drug. So try and
sir,
do what you can for me on that one.
Yeah, I will. And thank you for your service. Thank you for everything that you've done to help so many. That is recognized first and foremost. I would just let's focus towards the moment of what we're saying. The veterans deserve care because they provided our freedom. And I agree with that sentiment. And they do have a priority of care in the order of operations, along with the tribal communities and such. What I would suggest is that we adapt a strategy specifically towards, if you're going to bring up the PTSD and the veteran side of things, that we don't do it as a disarmament program like they intended to do by sharing all of the databases of the medical use cards and saying, oh, they voluntarily violated their DS form for their firearm. We need to have some form of capacity in order to have those kind of tools and resources at the ready. But at the same time, what I'm seeing as a medical proponent is it was used as a disarmament program to give medical to anybody. And I advocate for caregiver rights to also have the ability for Second Amendment. I know you might be in Canada and not necessarily agree with some of these parts, but Texas really needs to hear that, because they're worried that if we give this medical marijuana to everybody, that we're going to have the crazies lose their guns. That's not what we're trying to say, though. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, I see in the news, I do a news broadcast, and I see that in the news where they talk about banning the rights for the people who are using medical cannabis and not allowing them to own a gun. Just because they're using medicinal cannabis, there's no reason to ban them from having rights to a gun. Like, that's I completely against that, because the fact that they allow people who are on opiates for prescriptions for medications, they can own a gun,
right?
And people can get stoned on aspirins. They don't ban people from having aspirins in the house if they own guns.
Yes,
so
sir.
Patients, I think it's totally wrong to ban a patient from owning a gun.
Well, and to be honest, too, I would rather walk into a room of people getting high who own guns than walk into a bar with a bunch of drunk people who have guns.
yeah, same here. And, like, I'm not a gun owner or anything.
No. By any means, go ahead.
I look at it as that stigma against people with cannabis and think that they're all crazies, and it's totally wrong.
Yeah, but law enforcement would agree with Casper.
Yeah, permission to speak.
Law enforcement in this country, all over the world, knows that people that use cannabis are not going to unload on them. They're just not. And when you're dealing with fentanyl or alcohol or whatever, who knows? They worry about that. But law enforcement's on our side when it comes to cannabis. I've had conversations in my time with the law enforcement heads of various states. I tell
Leap,
one,
right? You guys used to interview Leap, right? Sorry,
Yeah,
continue.
every Wednesday I'd have Leap Day, Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. Had one of the founders, Peter Chris, as the joint host. Did it? On
yeah.
the big
Anyway,
broadcast.
those guys are the league speaks out, but they're representing almost 95% of their cohorts. Nobody's worried about you know, they're just not worried about violence with cannabis. The guy, I just want to tell a story because I did it the other day, and I had a meeting one day a long time ago with George McMahon, one of the federal patients. There you go, a federal patient. That means a cannabis smoker gotten all his cannabis from the federal government that said it's not a medicine. I mean, talk about hypocrisy on steroids. Anyway, George and I were in Minneapolis, and the head law enforcement officer of the I guess, state police came to have a little meeting with us about cannabis. He knew what the subject was. He was right on time, really nice guy, and he brought us some cookies, some chocolate chip cookies. And he said, I know this is going to be a rather long meeting, and I thought you guys might get the munchies.
That's nice.
So I thought, well, he wasn't too worried about violence. He wanted to know about he was very open to the medical argument. He didn't know it, but
and speaking of George too, LB Mistake is coming to the event there in Texas too, isn't she, Joshua?
That's the word. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, well, say hello to Elby. She's a heroine, man. She was one of the, not the original, but she got on the board of directors of Patients Out of Time, and did us well for years and years and years. I think we started up in 95, but I think she joined us in 2003 or 4, and traveled all over the place for us.
Big Canna.
Yeah, all over the place.
She's a ball of love too. She's a ball of love. Now, I also understand they're at the hemp stock there in Texas that you're going to have some glass blowers there showing how they do that, right?
That's awesome. What I'm excited to see. Yeah, we got. Let me see. What was the specific partner here? Pardon me for scrolling for a second, gentlemen. There's a partner. Couple, yeah, I believe he's under the partner side, but let me just
Wishes. There's Wishes Inc. There is Grunt Style GS.
I don't think he has all of our glass blowers listed on here yet. Okay, we'll have to update that, gentlemen.
Well, tell us about the glass blowers. What are they going to be doing besides blowing glass? What's up? Are you going to watch them handing them pipes? What's the deal?
Oh, you're a hoot, brother. So, well, there's a bunch of things going on. I'm trying to find the company if I can look it up for y'all. Pardon me.
I've got your glass blowers up there, I believe.
There you go. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Glass blowing experience, May the 24th to 25th. And there's Stony Chicken.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, and lace face glass.
Lace face glass, correct.
So are they giving out free pipes or something like that, or what?
As far as I know, they're doing limited edition stuff live, and they're also working on trying to get some veterans to learn how to pour some hempcrete there too. So it's not just the glass blowers; it's just teaching the craftsmanship that's also directly around the plant. That I think that's the specific area that we're speaking to right now. Let me see here. There's an education pavilion that they'll be participating in, both workshops and also have vending areas. So you can purchase one.
Be talking about hempcrete and using it for building and homes and stuff like that.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's also one of the topic lines. So
that was supposed to be a jumping off point for you to talk about it.
Oh, for me. You guys have to forgive me on this because I'm just a steward of introduction, right? So when I look at this, a lot of this information is not just the first time. It's been inundated with conversation. And to me, it's become one parallel, which is Hempstock is going to go on Memorial Weekend. Whoever shows up, you're going to enjoy it. And when it comes to the glass blowing experience or any of these other strategic partners, they're doing augmented reality. They're doing a lot of but these are things that these individuals have prepared, and I don't want to steal their thunder by any means. And what I'm trying to do is advocate for you to also to go and experience what they're going to do live. If I could tell you that, I would definitely record the video and share it. But as to like the VIP treatment, obviously there's going to be some of those promotions and those kind of things go on. As to glass blowing, they're going to have education. Like one of the things that I would like to segue on, if we're going to bring this up, is there's a book that somebody wrote in this group that talks about the ethics and the healing proponents of using something like a glass blown pipe and why that's advantageous and why it is that we even do those things. And those kind of topics do need to come up in this arena, not just the art form and the auction and all of those other things that they use for the amazing art, but I think it's also a medical proponent. And I'm trying my best here to illustrate what's going on, but you'd have to experience, to be honest, gentlemen. So,
well, that's what we'll do. Is we're a little past the hour mark. We like to keep the attention of our audience. I found if we go more than an hour, they fire up a pipe and walk out of the room. So that's what we need to do. So, Joshua, is there anything you want to say about the Texas Hemp Stock 2025 before we wrap it up?
yes, I am humbled to be in the presence of greatness. So many individuals have committed their time, energy, and focus to make an amazing event to educate and empower the next generation about this wonderful plant. I believe it to be an awesome legacy and memory to Jack Herrera and individuals that have passed, like Mr. Larry Kirk. And thank you for sharing testimony like only you could, Casper. I'm stewarded with information, and that information is here is where to go. TexasHempStock.com. and read all about it, join up, follow along, make sure that you're a part of it if you're in the area, or just watch the video log after, especially like things like this. Thank you so much for Time for Hemp, Pace Radio, and all that you do, Patients at a Time, and the veterans and everybody else that's participated in not just this movement, but all of us together learning this amazing plant. So it's not one of us, and by any means, all I'm trying to do is advocate for all these other individuals that are putting their time and energy to entertain and educate you all. And thank you again for the honor and opportunity to share this information with y'all.
Well, you've been a good spokesperson for them, man. You did a good job.
Yeah, exactly. Congratulations to everybody that's involved in making this happen, because it takes a lot of volunteers as well as all the organizers. And from what I read on the information there, this is the first annual festival that's going on there. And
first kickoff.
Yeah. So good luck, and I look forward to hearing about the results of it. We'll have to have you back.
Well, I would appreciate that, gentlemen. I also look forward to Michael Kemp and Dabber 710 giving you the full brevity of what's going on live. And hopefully Pace Radio will be a representative correspondent. And thank you again for all you guys do. It's an amazing honor to see you still doing it and kicking ass, guys. Blessed be Tree family.
And Al Graham, why don't you let people know what's going on at the Pace Radio Network up there in Canada, Canada?
Up here in Canada, yeah, Pace Radio, people advocating cannabis education radio network. We broadcast every day of the week with something that's new that's coming out. Some days we have 2 broadcasts. And we've also bring in content providers that we allow to broadcast on our network, and that includes Time for Hemp.
And Al Bird, remind people again how they can pick up your fantastic book.
Yes, fantastic. It's a good book. It's 360 pages long. You can get it ebook or hard soft cover. It's Amazon, Apple Books, Barnes and Noble, wherever you want to order a book. It's got a lot of good reviews. I wrote it for 2 reasons. One, we've talked about a little bit. I wanted the people that did the work, especially the medical cannabis people, remembered. I wanted people in the future to know that these people were, like we talked about Elvie a little bit. Elvie's in the book. She's one of these people that everybody should know about Elvie Masika. So there's dozens of folks like that, and I wrote stories about them all. Jack Herr, Dennis Perron, all these names you've heard. I interface with these guys, and I've told some stories about them, and I've complimented them because they should be complimented. However, there were also a bunch of assholes along the way.
Let's be real. Yes,
just a few. So I named them too. And if they're dead, I'm sorry about that, but I didn't care. So that was a big thing. I needed to get that out of my system, And then the rest of the book is about education. I know everybody knows a lot about hemp and cannabis. I guarantee you read the last half of my book, and you'll learn a lot, more than you knew you didn't know. And that was part of the idea, that let people know this is valuable. This is valuable. Your sister's sick, your dad's hurt. You can help them. You can help them with this. This cannabis is, as Joshua has said, it's a remarkable plant. It's food. It is the most nutritious food in the world. Mm-hmm. There's nothing better that your body could absorb. And here's the key. I know all you mothers are out there going, no, you don't heat it up. You see what he's doing? He's lighting up. He's and then he coughs.
Don't heat it up. That'll be bang.
Don't do that. You eat it cold. Anyway,
right.
You read all of that, and then if you eat it cold, there's no psychotropic anything. It's just really good food. We had our guest ahead of Joshua. You'll see him in the mix. Dr. Bill. He is in Venezuela, and he's the guy that developed this food thing in the beginning. He got onto it, medical doctors, all that. And he said the same thing, Joshua. You and him, man, you ought to have a conversation.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are joined at the hip. Anyway, thank you so much. It was a great show.
And I want to let people out there know I have finally come out of hibernation. Those who know me well know that I seldom leave my cave. But I've come out of hibernation, and I'm roaring down the road to head to Texas Hempstock 2025. Hope to see you there. Please check out my archives. That is one of the reasons why I'm still doing this. So the voices in my archive will not go silent. It will always be heard. And there's a lot of free music you can download from the Illusions of Music on the website. Free newsletter, lots of blog content. At the bottom of each blog, you'll find a free MP3 that you can download. There's a song about how wonderful cannabis is. And I am looking so forward to coming together Memorial Weekend in Texas at the Texas Hempstock 2025 to join my wonderful hemp family and to celebrate the wonderful aspects of this plant and let the whole world know how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, the money that they spent. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for hemp! Yeah.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to Pace Radio at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.